to me, feeling me, singing my heartache. From the pain, taking my message. From the veins, speaking my lesson. From the brain, seeing the beauty through the send a prayer to the ones up above. All the hate that you've heard has turned your spirit to a dove. Oh, ooh, your spirit up above. Oh, ooh. Hey, you made me a believer, believer. Hey, I let the bullets fly, I let them rain. My love, my God, they keep from the young, speaking my soul into the masses, writing my poems for the few
How we doing? I mean, I feel like this song, if I ever was gonna, what was the thing they called it on Jersey Shore? Is that what they did up, y'all called up north? That was Dimpy was in chat. Is Dimpy you in chat? Beating the beat up? Isn't that what it's called? Or no, maybe it's another dance I do. I just know that there's always this. That's all I feel like I'm doing. Deck's got to know. I mean, I wish Deck would show. I'm like, Deck, what is this? But this song I just feel like is like made for that. And by the way, another thing I was just thinking before I came in, I'm like, me and Deck's YouTube, if anyone looks at our YouTube history, video history, they're probably like, okay, so all these guys listen to is house music and EDM. That's all they listen to. Unfortunately, now with the copyright stuff that we just got booted all day, every day. If you look at our history, I swear it's all it is. Like EDM, house, EDM, whatever new mix. Like, geez, do you listen to anything else? THMO's the only stock I just see recently spiking. Right beforehand, I was like, I see nothing really with life. FFIE would be maybe the other mover this morning that did kind of try to U-shape its way back up. Everything else has been dying off. Siga really was shorted out perfectly. We'll go over the kind of the Thanos crossover again today. How that worked out beautifully for Veru and SIGA, if any of you took part of that. AMD was the other kind of bounce alert that I did alert earlier, the little red to green move. I think Alex Vaughn usually is always alerting that too. I don't know if you alerted it, but I remember he was all over that as well. But there really wasn't a ton to look at today overall. But hey, Swole Granny. Yeah, lunch. Exactly. Yeah, lunch. Yeah, exactly. I love it, Deck. That's how it is, right? We started off a little pump it up. Learn that from you. Swole Granny, right? We can do a little of that. I'm down with that. Sky Chimp. And no, Renard, no injuries. I am still feeling that, though, from last weekend. I mean, even this morning, I was doing this, Renard, like, from backing up. I don't know if y'all heard that story, but last Saturday, I started off the 4th of July fun. Not Saturday as in like a few days ago, and then Saturday before last weekend, weekend before last, I set off a few fireworks and didn't realize, I shouldn't say didn't realize, I knew it was behind me. I just got caught up in the moment videotaping this big display that I was putting up and backing up away from it being safe and videotaping it from right below, which was real cool. And yeah, I forgot that I'd parked kind of right behind there, and I backed right into my Jeep, and literally it took me out. I mean, it took me out so hard. Yes, exactly. No, and exactly, Renard. That's all right. And the perfect time. Yes, no injuries. I was great this weekend. It's on off my stories now from yesterday. I'm sure you probably saw them from the stories though. I know on Instagram. Got some help from the neighborhood, some gents from the neighborhood that helped me set off the fireworks kindly, and smoothly backed away. Because if I would have ran into Thanos, oh my gosh, do you think that would have hurt so much worse than my Jeep? Falcor has nothing on Thanos. I'd probably be in the hospital. Sean, oh yeah, man, I'm big into fireworks. Man, I was one of those kids back in the day, team. That would be like getting my old GI, the ones I didn't care for or beat up already. I'd be strapping those M9, those explosive fireworks. The ones that just blew up. I mean, that was me. I mean, I was blowing stuff up, holding it to the last second for whatever reason. I had one go off in the hand as a kid. Did luckily no damage. Held a little too long. Learned my lesson and never do that again. And thankfully, it was when I was little and didn't have anything too big anyway. Yeah, Renard, that was good. Sky Chimp, I appreciate it. Do some set. Yeah, and I promise we don't talk about fireworks or food. It's straight stock. There may be like 3 minutes of something else, but it's mostly stocks. I appreciate those, Sky Chimp. THMO, only stock I'm seeing move. I'm going to go over the Thanos crossover on the stocks they worked out beautifully today on. Otherwise, team, there really just hasn't been a ton of movement. Even you can just tell from AMD, so that means the SPY and Tesla probably aren't going on too big of a move. The only moves early on, and they I've now all faded back off, were from Veru. SIGA, Redbox had a little bit of movement. Rev was a little bit of movement. Rev B was a little bit of movement, right? PEV even got a little bit of movement. And actually, it was a little bit. It was short-lived. It was right here. That's when I thought that's when I alerted. I was like, no way. It's like I alerted at 59 after the whole. That's when I alerted all those tickers, and this started pushing up. And I'm like, I swear, PEV takes off. It didn't end up doing okay. It didn't do as much as I thought it did in the end. But those all usually end up kind of running together, especially Redbox, Rev, Siga, all these down here together. Veru, Siga, Rev B, Rev, Redbox. All those little, it's just funny, they're all so close together, letter-wise, ticker relation-wise. A little bit of a move back up here from Rev, and that's all we're going to see today, team. That's why I said early today, I said IINN is our only new top play we need to be looking at. There's nothing else that's going to run today. None of these penny stocks. Well, okay, of course, we got THMO now out of nowhere. Be it ENJY, done. These do not spike. This is what else I forgot who it was earlier. Hopefully, I kind of got him, on the right course. Forgot the trader's name. Hopefully, came over for lunch commentary. But the difference between this and Veru. Why did Veru break it and this didn't? These just haven't been. This has been doing this all year round. It's up on news in pre-market or in after hours into pre-market. Every day, if we have whatever we spike up to, we will not usually get back over, and we almost every day fade from it. And so it's going to go back to past chart history movers that have run, and that's what essentially it is. And then boom, stocks that haven't done anything at all today, and then these get some momentum, the mob comes over, and next thing you know, everyone's noticing this, and it's up, 50, what is it now? 73% now. I'm trying to do math here. BTHMO's up 73%. That's a big move. Awesome, Sean. Yeah, I love fireworks. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy how much they cost these days. I mean, they were always going up. Let's be honest. They didn't like this year. Oh, this year and team. No. I've noticed that over the last few. I'm like, man, these things just keep going up and up and up. But yeah, it sucks they Kyle, but I love it, man. Yeah, I've always have wanted. I was a kid back in the day, always shooting off fireworks. My dad's friend, he used to, well, in the South, I don't know if you ever heard, there was Dixie Cavaliers. He had his hands and ties and ownerships in a few different restaurants down at the Black Eyed Pea. There was Dixie Cafe. Anywho, this guy, my dad was best friends with him, and they still play golf together. And he has a license to do those, like the big ones that you see. And so we'd go over to his house, and he put on, and of course, as a kid, I would go over there and just was like, oh my God, you can get the big guys. THMO, though, we'll go to past chart history team. Yeah, I love some fireworks. Yes, I love doing them. We need to, yeah. Hey, it'd be too hot. It'd be cool to do a seminar, a stock trading seminar over July 4th, so we can all have a little fun and get together for that. 55 cents, though, in my opinion, is going to be where that next prime resistance is going to be for THMO. Let's see here. I don't see anything else. We've already passed it. We're at the area now, technically. Do we hold it? That's the main thing. You can see this area right here where the red line is for trade ideas, right at about 43, 45 cents where we spiked up back early in June. So just over a month ago, almost to the day, we spiked up. You can see in this area. That's the first area. If we get over that, this may have a clear shot. I say clear shot. It may pretty much go straight up into that 55 cent area, just over 50 cents essentially. So we know the first area. Do we get over and on it to put the red line in? It's already there for us. Thank you, Trade Ideas. That is one good thing that you do. Then we have to get over that to get to 55. So that's your first, probably after all these green candles, the first area we run into as resistance. Niz, what's up, baby boy? Let's say, yeah. So you did 2 to 3 Ks worth, Sean Worrell? Holy bananas! Yeah, I did not spend that much. That's definitely a. Yeah, I don't. That's crazy. I mean, even when you think about that, that's a good amount, but that's still not even a. I mean, that's what I mean. Like, it's crazy how much they cost. It's nuts. If you want to get, it's nuts. And I hate it too because I go in there and of course, being any state you're at, I'm definitely more in a poverty sovereign state in Arkansas. And then having to hear the people, and I just want to oh, no, I'll buy it for you. No, but you can hear they're on a budget. Like, oh no, the parents were always with the kids. They're like, oh no, that costs too much. They're always going down like the 10 to 20. I'm like, these things don't do anything. These $10 to $20 ones anymore. I mean, they're cute. Don't get me wrong, they're cute. But yeah, it sucks. You want to get a good one, you're gonna have to spend at least 40 to 50, 35 to 50 for the starter decent ones. You're spending 175 to 150 for good, for pretty good ones. And then you want the big daddies, you're spending 100 plus easy. I mean, it's crazy. At least not, close to that, which is nuts. And that's just one. Sean, I'm texting. Do it. Yeah, Sean, my end display, if you didn't see it yesterday, Sean, my end display, I'll text you yours or mine in a minute, was over. And I didn't have as much cameras out there. Next year, I'm going to do it big. You always do it once and you think you're going to do it cool and you do it and you're like, that's so rookie. That's terrible. My thought this time, and I'm just going to next time I'm going to get a drone out. I'm going to get my actual camera out photographer, and I'll have someone video it as well, like someone far off in the background. But I have my Jeep Thanos, right? And it has the halos on, the front headlights are on. You can not the headlights, but the halos that go around it. And so I was trying to do a display right over Thanos, so it lights up right over Thanos. It looks cool. Next year's going to be way cool. Well, next time's going to be way cool. I say next time. Hopefully we don't sell fireworks but once a year, but I got to wait till next year now. I swear as a kid, it seemed like they used to do more, like maybe for New Year's, I swear it seemed like stands used to be open, maybe for Labor Day, I want to say as well, Memorial Day, maybe not. Maybe it was just always July 4th, but I swear as a kid, it seemed like there were more times fireworks were for sale. Then people started ruining it. What's up, Blue Merle Aussie? How we doing? Hopefully everyone's doing good over there. You in the pack. See, Sneez moved close to the city, so first they're doing fireworks here, not people. That's funny. Yeah, that's the one thing about living in bigger cities too. Yeah, you get certain areas are like, what are you doing? All right, I'm going to get over these plays real quickly while THMO is topping out right here. If you're looking for a bounce play for THMO, let me break this down into 1 minute time frame. See if, and I really just don't see anything else in here, team. Just because there's a slow and steady uptrend grind. You're going to have to go to past chart history support, kind of in my opinion here. There's a little bit at 40. You've got a little bit of 40 right here. So 40 cents would be my first area to look for a bounce. And then if you go back to past chart history, we do have a moving average first off right around 37.5. Then right above that, you see a lot of resistance topping out just a cent above that. And you can see a smart stop level. And that's where you'd come down for a bounce. Is going to be at, 38 cents. 38.6, 38.5. So somewhere in mid 38 cent range. So anywhere from mid 37s to mid 38 is where you'd want to come down for the low bounce up to 40. Could get the squeeze here. Could get the squeeze here, baby. Uh-oh, getting new high of day here. THMO, top stock to watch. And not surprised that we're getting some lunch hour movement. And from where a sub $1 stock that did nothing all day long, had no news, has no volume, has no not and nilch, nothing. Then we get the squeeze, the pop, the movement, and have a nice big day. Now, in the end, these give back decent amount of gains. So, team, this isn't like, oh, I'm in for this. No, this isn't like the next all that we're going to see this at $1. This most likely runs up to, say, again, that 50. If this, and even if it gets over that, there's no way, in my opinion, I'll call it now, that this gets to the top part of this shelf. Or the top part would be in around 65 to 70 cents. There's no way. If we see that, this is going to see a really good pullback. I think we're getting pretty top heavy right now, as you can tell. Awesome. Nice, Sean. Shiny. I appreciate it. I will take a look here in a minute. Or we can just show chat right now. Everyone want to see Sean's? That's the one thing I wish we could do is I know we can do GIFs. Anything you attach small GIFs. So small kind of videos, essentially. But you can only do pictures is all you can attach. I wish, hopefully we can up the game a little bit here to be able to attach videos as well. That'd be pretty cool. But yeah, I kind of feel you on that with the kind of forget to film. I always remember to do it at the very end, and I had that in mind of what to do, and I was like, I'm gonna do better, and I always do it, and then I'm like, oh, I knew I should have done this, and then I always think of stuff right afterward. Kind of the hindsight's 20/20 type person all the time, which is good. You learn. That's why I learned. It's kind of like trading. Figured out what was and what was not working. Again, back to earlier, God, something Jason. I remember Jason. Something was in the name. Talking to him earlier. I know Deck was addressing a lot of his questions too. So just track those trades. I'm telling you, you go back and track stuff. And even like right now, me doing the Thanos crossover, the more I do this, the more you think I'm just going to, I'm going to learn. Every day it's a learning moment. And I'm taking advantage of it. Every day I'm trying to figure out a little bit more. And that's what you have to do. And you're going to figure out a little bit more about yourself and this setup that you're actually trying to trade. All right, let's get into these trades today, team, or what to be looking at. THMO, we know that 55 cent area. I want to show these off real quickly. Just so you can see what to look at, what to be looking for. I had a couple who asked me what time frames to be looking at, what I was looking at in these short opportunities. So, Veru, I liked it in the 3, but here's where it fit my eye a little better. Was in the 5. I knew if you go back to the 3 here, this area where it's crossing under, you go back now and go, man, I know I need to start trusting that MACD a little more, but I just didn't like where they had the cross here because I knew I had to cross under even further. And I was like, it's just not gonna happen. And so that's when I kept then at this same time frame. So let's just go to like right here, 9:15ish, 9:20. I go to the 5 at that same time, right? I'm like, let me wait a little longer. I'm gonna wait for that's where I just stepped. I kind of kept in the 5, but I was watching 3 in the 5, and knew that once under this area, that 1340ish ended up really forming a 1340 shelf. Was going to start going down a little bit more. And as I was calling earlier this morning, that 1325 area, and of course the VWAP was there, we'd get more of this dramatic pullback. And there was that first instance of this right here. Now, we did come right back up. Granted we did, but you could tell that's what I was looking for and kept alerting in chat. saying watch for this 1340, 1325 VWAP area. Kept the main area I kept alerting all morning long, and the Thanos crossover to take shape. Kept mentioning the Thanos crossover, and this was just perfect on the way down. I know told traders right here at the 1275 area for lockup price, right? That was kind of the lockup area for me, and it did get there and just a little bit lower, as you can tell. Now trying to get finally back to the bullish side, but you know, and I've got, you know, asked even in sessions, asked in you know, whether it's here in chat, you know, what you're, you know, what I'm every day. It's a learning process with this, and you know, I'm figuring out things as I go along, and what volume, and really at first it may just stay this way. I don't want to tell you guys, hey, this amount of volume do this amount of volume do that. Just generically, what kind of like with trend lines, what Deck always says, and I always say the same thing, like, hey, what looks best, what fits that area the best. You know, like when we do trend lines, we wouldn't say let's just go in and put a trend line. I wouldn't put a trend line right here, right? I mean, that'd be more like a you know, horizontal. That's more of a support area. If I wanted this trend line earlier, right? This is somewhere like, I don't know, like right here ish. You can maybe tighten up this side, go up a little bit. You know, somewhere in there. I'll just go right there. That would be the trend line, right? Let's go back to earlier. I know I'm in a 1 minute time frame. Now I'm going to get away from the 1 minute in a second. But we can tell, we know, just going back to trend lines, we know where to kind of put them in. It's not, once you're good at them and you get a little better, know at first some people struggle with them, but you know generically we're saying, hey, what fits the eye best, what makes most sense. And so then now same thing back to this, with this crossover setup. One, okay, I kind of see it, I like it. It just doesn't make the most sense. It just isn't fitting my eye that well. It doesn't make the most sense to try to get in and out in the 3 there. Too much volume in my opinion, too much. Now I'll go to the 3, because the 1 too much volume, it need to go a little bit higher time frame. I'm liking the 3 a little bit more. I'm understanding, okay, I can see the bullishness here. Now I'm trying to see where the bearish, you know, kind of essentially part of this move is going to start coming in. And I like it on the 3, but no, okay, since I can't, let's just go to the 5 real quick. And then boom, that's when I go to the 5 and go, man, you know, really now going back to trend line, which I didn't put the trend line until now. I thought it was more of a shelf, but it really was a trend line 2 shelf. 2 under the, you know, Thanos crossover, 2 under the VY, all these areas all happen within a, you know, I'd say 10, 15 minute time frame here. 20 minutes in the end, you get all of these happening, and then you could tell this candle especially, where we literally, which I did go back to make sure this wasn't a misprint. I did this time in sales, we did do this, which was nuts, and came right back up. But some people did get out in this area, and look where we found ourselves back down too, right? We stayed bearish. Now let's go back to SIGA, same thing, right? This is just simple stuff, you know, going back to where, and now 5 minute. Now just start with the 5 minute and kind of rewind here, and you can tell not enough volume for the 5 minute. It just doesn't fit my eyes. What doesn't make as much sense. This makes a little more sense. The 3 minute time frame, a little bit too much volume in my opinion for the 1 minute. You know, you need really light volume for the 1 minute. You could use the 1 minute here, but I really would like the 3 minute here, and that's where I talked about this one earlier, saying watch out for this. I think it was like the 13.8ish area, 13.75, whatever it may have been, shelf that was kind of forming right here, and a little bit of a trend line as well. And we get underneath both, and you can tell the perfect area to get into right here. And the main thing to trust is your MACD, which I have 100% now have noticed, especially the longer time frames you're in. And then after this, get into a 5 if you want to, just to clarify. You know what? You know, and add the 20. You know, adding that 20 also helps out, knowing that underneath that 20, we stay under the 20. That's your first indicator to know that we're still bearish. But I just kind of moved to a bigger time frame and know, hey, if we could stay under the 5, we're good to go once we get under the 3, right? And so I like using both of those, and you can easily tell how to use them, really. It's just generically you're finding underneath the 9 and the MACD. And of course, I'm going to start doing this for a long. It's just I'm not really liking longs recently for the most part. I'm missing these breakouts, you know, usually. So what I'm usually doing is just going for these short opportunities on the way back down. Easy money every day for the most part. I mean, literally, it's kind of crazy how just those kind of set themselves up. And again, I'll do more of those over time. The little lessons on those, the little part 2 and part 3 coming up. Oh, man. All right, THMO team trying to hold this little market blue for right now, but you can tell this little red line from before that, and it was resistance right at it, and then right below it, it's trying to form this little bit of support. So I'm gonna come in here, mark this as blue to say, hey, gotta hold this line. If we do not, could start turning a little bit bearish, and a little bit of a head and shoulders could be forming. There's shoulder 1. Here's the head. Could be the shoulder. We get a nice red candle, 2 red candles coming back down to the 40-cent area. Crack the VWAP. We could continue to cracking, and then they're gonna have a nice head and shoulders up top right here, and that will be the top and end of its run. Got pretty close to that 55-cent area. Any questions you have, comments, concerns, anything you want to go over with that Thanos crossover, let me know. Otherwise, it is going to be a little slower during lunch hours here, team. There's not a lot going on, and boy, here comes some Head and Shoulders maybe about to be forming. Siga continuing to drop off a little bit here. We're still finding its way back down. And just using this, you know, after you get that short, you can see a trend line crack right here, team. Beautiful trend line crack. Another trend line crack that's been taking shape over the past, you know, say 10, 15 minutes right now. So I've been shorting. You know, I know Biomed in the other chat room. Of Biomed, you're still around. Listen to me putting some crazy chemicals together. Whenever you can, get to that. Get to shorting. You know, and it's crazy timing of it all. You finally get to shorting, and then, you know, it's like everything's now going long, and you're like, I can't catch a break. But yeah, shorting is where it's been. I mean, that's why I haven't been going long. Here and there, you have your opportunities 100%. You definitely do. I just kind of wait for the shorting opportunity to show itself, and then just take part of that. Awesome, Lord Falco, my baby boy. How you doing over there? How we doing over there today? Italy, right? Italy? We're in Italy. We're in Italy, right? I think it's Italy, not France. I'm pretty sure it's Italy. Man, just great to know I'm talking to someone. There we go. That's what I was like. That's what I thought. That's awesome, man. I follow, you know, see your stories on Instagram, like seeing your stuff. You know, I feel like I'm kind of living vicariously through you. Haven't been over to Europe yet. We literally talked about this yesterday. It's like, I want to go. I cannot wait. We need that supersonic boom flight thing. We need that boom. I need a quick flight. I don't want 8 hours. I want 7. I want to be over there in 3.5. I got to get to my boy Lord Falco. Got to get to a big bottle of champagne. Here we go, team. Head and Shoulders coming on down. Lord Falco, I'm there one day. Renard, that's right, boy. I'm telling you, Renard, you're gonna have to come over too. We're gonna be popping bottles left and right. Now I ain't getting Cristal. I may get one bottle of Cristal for fun. So you know what? I popped a bottle of Cristal in Paris, my friend. We're gonna go over to Paris. We'll go over to Italy, wherever. I don't care. I'm all over the place over there. I love it. Gotta go over to France. Gotta go over to Italy. Gotta go over to, yeah. There's so much just over there, man. There's just so much to see. It's beautiful. You guys got a lot to see. We're taking you. Yeah, I want to take it. Yeah, hey, that's what we should get Deck to do, team. Here you and Lord Falco. Anyone else in on the short? Just like we talked about, Head and Shoulders forming perfectly right here. Literally got that candle formation on the way down right here. I would lock some up right here. We know that's a pretty decent support area. Well, it's a quarter, it's a half. Lock up some here for sure. Lock up some in this area. But no, we get. Yeah, I know, fly on the wall. We get a little Euro trip though. For maybe we go. Kind of do like a, you know, me, I'm always thinking Griswold and vacation, because of course that stuff always somehow just got, something always got messed up. But we go to Vegas next. We go to Chicago, which, hey, I think that's where the Griswolds were from. We do Chicago after Vegas. So Vegas 2023, Chicago 2024, back to New York in 2025. And then, my friends, in 2027, we're on for a Euro trip. That's right. We got to build up to it, though, team. I don't think we can go straight to Euro trip. But I would love to do, that would be pretty cool in my opinion, do a Deckmar Trade seminar over in Europe. Do a little Euro trip. Do like Monday, we start off in London. Tuesday, we're in Paris. Wednesday, we just keep going to different cities. Miss Scusi, hey, Euro trip was a pretty funny movie. I remember Miss Scusi. No, Miss Scusi. Oh, Fred Armisen. Love Fred Armisen. He's freaking hilarious. Portlandia, another great show. I don't know if you guys have watched Portlandia. It's not on anymore. Great show, though. Hopefully, there we go. Locks him up right there. Kind of due, for a bounce, too. You don't see these sub $1 stocks, especially under 50 cents, on top of the fact, so now we're even that much further from $1, honestly, when you think about it. These have typically about 5-10 cent moves. That they rarely get a 10-cent move without seeing some sort of movement back. That's why we get this high up without really getting a pullback. I mean, it had micro pullbacks, so we have to give it micro ones. But we're due for one of these, right? And so that's my point. We're due for a 10 cent or so pullback here in the end. You go flying up 20 cents or so plus, you're due for a 10 cent pullback. Make sense, team? Siga just getting killed over here. Hopefully you guys knocked that out of the park. I don't know which one of you guys shorted it. It was whether it was Siga or Veru. Siga's always just cheaper to short, it seems like. But of either one of them, though, team, hopefully you got a part of either one of those. Those have just been knocked right back down. Redbox seems to be, because it was Rev B there for a minute. You can tell that came collapsing right back down. And it now and Rev was the other one that came up and started popping back. You know, it's now pulling back. But Redbox team, the other R, so all the other two R's have had their fun. Now watch for Redbox to do the same. I want to pull this up so everyone can see what I'm talking about. Rev, see, we try to pop, we dropped. Rev B, we try to pop multiple times. Well, of course here, but here and here, multiple times since. Dropped each time, and now Redbox finally taking its turn. So be careful here with Redbox and watch for the same exact thing, team. Watch for that trend line to crack. Watch for that VWAP to crack on top of the fact, and you're going to see a nice pullback. Monte Carlo, you kidding me? Got to do it. And because I know what we're doing there, baby boy. I know what we're doing, Uncle Mark there. Uncle Mark, this is going to be us. This is going to be us. Uncle Mark's going to be taking care of he's going to be taking care of a lot of the funds. Uncle Mark knows a lot of people. And this is where we end up at the end of the night with Uncle Mark at a table secured by a lot of security. That's right, Dimpy. We got Dimpy as security. We got all kinds of people. But there we go. Click on that picture. First person you see. Uncle Mark getting serious at the table. D. Sarley, no. Spend some time, at least a few days at least. Ditto, Paris, etc. Oh, D. Sarley, I will on my vacation, but yeah, there's no way we'd be able to do that. No, honestly, chances to have a Euro trip, Tradecaster seminar, as of right now, I'll be positive. I'll go 30%. 30% as of right now. Yeah, I don't even know that's that high. The chances of not only that happening, but then we do like a day by day, even because we'd have to. If we did that, there's no way we could spend multiple. We'd have to do like maybe 2 days in Paris, or then 2 days or whatever here. But if you want to make multiple stops, and that's why I'm like, it would probably be just all in one city. If we did it'd be a Euro trip. It would just be, hey, we made it over here. It's gonna be in London, or whatever. We have it somewhere in like Wales. You're like, you're having it in Wales. It's super cheap. Come over to Wales, guys. It's fun. We're going to get really, really drunk with these Irish and Welsmen. Welsh? The Welsh. The Welsh. Not the Welsmen. What is the Welsman? What is this? I'd say 30% is pretty high to be. Yeah, exactly. Flying the wall is probably pretty high. But hey, you know what? I was like, I'll be nice. Oh, here, team. Awesome. Lord Falco, anyone else interested? Old push back up. Boom, and it's happening. See this, and I can now mark it as red. I didn't just take it. Well, I'll leave it on here so it's a little bit more in depth so you can see, guys. But look, this old support resist. Look at that, right into it. So old support equals new resistance. Or actually, it was old resistance equals new support. That now equals new resistance again, team. I love it. Beautiful when that works out. So there you go. Got the rejection there. Comes back down under the VWAP. Maybe scale out a little bit more. Maybe scale out just a tad bit more if you want to. Let's see, J-Trades, you still need to come down to Louisiana and chow down. Oh, man, J-Trades, come on. I'm like right here, baby boy. We do need to make a little trip of that, though. We do need to make a little trip of that. Make a little trip of that for sure. Yeah, 30% is definitely pretty high. Man, I would love to, I would love to do a Nolans one. A Nolans. All of us go to New Orleans, have some good food. Oh, so Pastor Volsi. Oh, guys, I forgot about that. Right off the bat there, Pastor Volsi. Oh, team. I'll take a break here in a minute. About 30 minutes, just like we talked about it yesterday, right at 1 o'clock, noon here, 11 on the mountain, West Coast, 10 a.m. I'm going to go grab a little bit of that ice cream, and I'm going to show you guys what AK put together. And it was great and easy, Pastor Volsi. Very easy, though. Very easy, team. So, yes, I use the simple ingredients like you talked about. KitchenAid, put it in there, stir it around. Really wasn't much to, what you do. I mean, you're just kind of mixing it around. Put it in the, to freeze, and bada boom, bada bing. Yeah, that was simple, man. That was awesome. And Lord Falco, yeah, spot on. There we go. Hopefully you took a little bit more, though. Trying to do this little W down below, so that's why we can see anytime we come down to this area, anything below the 40-cent mark around, anything below 40 in the 30s, take some profit. Nash Vegas, there's so many good cities we could do. Yeah, hey, Celtic Manors in South Wales. That's what I'm saying. Oh, there's all kinds of, you kidding me? There's so many golf courses. That's the one thing maybe before my dad dies, I'm just like, Dad, let's go over there. Well, I would love to go over there just with him, but whoever else, but doing it like tour the golf, do the golf courses, play the golf courses, He played St. Andrews, I think it was, when he went over. He got to take a trip over there, and he was just, of course, in heaven. But man, yeah, there's so many courses over there. But yeah, you just don't think of Wales. People are like, we're going to Europe, and the one place we're going to have this the stock trading seminar is in Wales. Okay, all right, not like a major city that you would think you'd have it in, or country essentially. And you're like, we're going to Wales. There you go, Pastor Volsi. I mean, that food. I'm telling you though, that food. I'm telling you. Redbox still has not, obviously, team. Redbox still not under the trend line, under the VWAP. You can see right at the same area they are. That's where the short area comes. Now, this would be your other second area to look for a short up high at this old resistance area. Now, team, I did not put this. Let's go back. I love it because it's sink or swim. Edit properties. Ooh, over a month ago. So I put this in on May the 25th in the morning. I put this in 18 minutes after the market opened. On May the 25th, so just right after we got back from that Tradecaster. I had talked about the stock trading seminar. This was literally the week right after that. So that has been in that long team, and you can tell that is a support resistance line. Perfect. So I always say put your lines in and trade them. Wells is, I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is. I'm sure Wells is fun. It wouldn't be like going to London or Paris or something, But yes, I'm gonna go to all. I'm gonna do like I said, if I go to do like I said, the little UK trip, hit up all those little countries there, and boom, hit the tunnel. Now that I know it's a tunnel, hit the tunnel up. Then do a few countries over in the other part of Europe. The little what do y'all call it? Is that southeastern Europe? What do y'all call it? Southern Europe? What do y'all call it over there? I didn't think about that. What would you call that? Midwest? Here it's like you got the East, you got the Southeast, you got the South. Everyone, Midwest, the West. Everyone kind of knows you on the West Coast, you on the East Coast. Man, I live in the South. Well, I'm in the Midwest. I think Midwest and South a little too close there, but. Mediterranean. I was like, Mediterranean, Northern Europe. I was like, what do y'all call, just because here it's very simplified. We call, if you say you're from a certain state, there's not many states that you can't say, oh, you're from the North, or you're from the Northeast, or you're from the South, or you're from the West, or from the Midwest. I just didn't know what that would be. Look at you guys. Y'all are ready for the Euro trip. I think everyone, I'm going to have to tell Deck, hey, everyone's getting pretty pumped about this Euro trip. He's like, what Euro trip? I'm like, I kind of spoke a little too soon. I think everyone wants to go over and have a little, little stock trading. Now I said 2027. We got a few years. Put the trend line on here, team. We do have this small little dip below. I'll give it that. I'll kind of give it this small little dip right here. That's the trend in my opinion. So watch for maybe another one of those two form. That could still happen, but this is what I would generically call the trend line for THMO. Put the purple line on it. Let's see if we can actually get back above and actually hold this for once. We tried to hold it here for about 15, 20 minutes or so earlier. I am in a 1 minute time frame. I just noticed that. Let me get back into a 3 minute time frame. Oh, it's kind of easy to read that in a 1 minute just because it just started popping recently. So I will go back to that for an hour as we're watching this. It did just start popping about an hour-ish ago, hour and a half ago. Not even that. What is this, like 45 minutes ago now? Jofi, everyone, there we go. Just paying, look at you guys. I'm telling you. Everyone wants it now. I'm just going to show, hopefully, Deck. I'm like, Deck, get over to my lobby. Everyone wants a year. I'm going to tell them that. Everyone just go over right now. Everyone go, like, remember that one day, and I know Sky Chimp, since you're here and listening, hopefully you're listening. Maybe you're not, you're like, I ain't listening to this guy. But Sky Chimp, remember the one time, because I know you're here, because you were even like WTF, when he spammed my lobby, and everyone thought we were over, we thought we had switched lobby, well, at least in my lobby, everyone thought we had switched. Like, what is going on here? That did freak me out a little bit. That was hilarious. But everyone should go over to Deck's lobby right now and say, Euro trip! And everyone, please, Sky Chimp, Jofi, fly on the wall. Everyone, go over there right now and say, Euro trip! Euro trip! And Deck's like, what? Euro trip? Brussels, there we go. Yeah, Lord Falco, everyone, go over to Deck's lobby right now. Do it. I'm going to do it. I'm going to say, Deck, Euro trip. I'll start it off. Here we go. Yeah, I love how everyone's doing it. Deck, Euro trip, baby. Deck, he's going to love it. He's like, what have I created? Yeah, right, exactly. So y'all pulled a Jimmy Kill. It was crazy. J trades. It was hilarious, man. I was like, now let's do that again. Let's actually do that again right now. All right, team. I'd say Redbox and THMO are the top 2 movers. It'd be fun though, honestly. I'd love to go to Euro. That didn't Euro actually to Europe, but to Europe, you know, to make especially I don't know if we can make a trip out of it, but at least, well, we're making a trip out of it for sure. I mean, we got to fly over there, but you know, to you know, I don't know if we're gonna do the different cities, but it would be cool to do a stock trading seminar for, you know, you guys over there. I mean, the fact that Lord Falco, who else? Oh, Craig R. No, Craig R's in chat today. He came from Switzerland. We got Lord Falco in chat. He came from Italy. I mean, you know, big time shout out to you guys. Props to you guys. I know anyone from the States, wherever you came, even if you came from, which I know in Miami, you know, if you came from Washington or Cali, which Uncle Mark, you know, that's a long ass way for you, baby boy. I know. So kudos to you guys too, for sure. But yeah, you talk about guys coming from Europe. I mean, that's a fly. That's some money, you know, coming over from Europe. You know, that's kudos to Lord Falco for sure and Craig R. So now we got to pay them back. We got to go over there and do them back. Thank you guys for going over. Let's see what Decas even says. He said anything yet? Nothing. Y'all did an amazing job though. This is hilarious. This is great. Y'all did a good job spamming, team. I give y'all an A++++. Y'all got bonus points on that one too. Remember that back in the day, you get like 111? I got 111 on this freaking... Oh my God, killed it. All right, team, we got Redbox with that resistance that I talked about. So that was the best short so far on this move up. If y'all did grab some shares up top, that was a nice little area in that 620-ish mark. Didn't quite hit 620, so maybe some limit orders didn't get filled for you guys, but a nice pullback as of right now. What do we got here? EV. Oh, this other mover, another mover, EVFM. I remember this one. I remember. Oh, I remember. Man, member berries. Man, that was another great episode. Man, well, the other thing, those lasted all season, didn't they, for South Park? The member berries? Those guys were hilarious. Yep, nice little mover. Slow mover. You know, volume's pretty decent on it. I just wish we would really get out of the whole tired of looking at the same ticker. All these tickers, which, you know, EVFM has been in the squeeze mode. As you can tell, team, we can just boom and just zoom in right here. You can tell that's in a nice, good pattern. We get over this 150-ish area, this easily could squeeze. We have, and I've talked about this when this first started popping, this has room, really, you know, it's kind of a gappy-ish to fill, and there's not a lot of resistance. I mean, you zoom out, there's really not a lot there, and there's a little bit, but there's not a lot until you can tell up to this $5+ area where the moving average of, what is it, the 200-day, 570 area. It's got some room to move. So EVFM, keep this on watch. That is one thing about some of these plays. They do have, like AERC, just had so much room to run. I thought it was going to take off. I mean, you look over this area right here, and that's about all it's holding it up. And you call that resistance. There's not much there, but it did run into it. It failed there, but that was it. And then look at all this room to run for AERC. Oh, it was just the sky was the limit there, I thought. And it still is. It's still up. You know, it's still holding some of its gains. You break this daily downtrend right here, team. You break that daily downtrend right there. Watch for this to squeeze back over 15 and 16, especially right through this area at 17 plus. That's when we'll get some more popability from AERC. All right, so I'll put that over here. EVFM. Got that on watch for sure now. All right. THMO is the last member we looked at earlier. Still, oh, there you go. Lord Falco. Anyone else short? Take some more, although this could be getting dumpier even soon when you see this nice pullback. It's trying to hold here, but this could... I'd take a little more, but this looks like this could start getting cracky. Yeah. Deck's out. Deck doesn't even know what happened. He got Euro tripped so hard. He don't even know. He just alerted like right before that. I mean, at 11:35, maybe Shanzi was getting one more alert in and then had to go, you know, had to get something done. Y'all, that honestly was hilarious. Swedish girls are waiting. That's the Lord Falco. That's kind of like my typical. It's like my wife. I mean, kidding me. I'm like, I didn't really realize that until I was a little older. I was like, that's kind of what. I like some Swedish girls. Blonde hair, the pretty eyes, tan. Boris, are we European? That sounds like a European name. Boris says, bring it over. I am 30% Russian, 17%. What's up, Boris? How we doing, baby boy? Any questions y'all want to go over Any of my strategy setups, let me know. We'll definitely get over anything you want to today, team. Really not a lot to go over. Stocks aren't moving too dramatically as of right now. Let's see, is there a bear flag on the SPY? Let's take a look real quick. Is there a bear flag on the... is there a bear flag on the SPY? A little bit if you're going down from here, but this is on a trend line board. So there is a bear flag if you want to go down and then a flag over, but that's just going to happen, honestly, a lot of the time in a trend line, right? So we go up, bear flag down, bear flag up, bear flag up, bear flag right, and then you're going to keep doing that in a trend line. And I would just go back into a 3 minute, if you can see that now in a 1 minute. Let's go back to a 3 minute time frame. This is what we're looking at though overall. Okay, so this is what you're looking at. Boris says, I see this. Sorry, Boris, it's just you can do any accent for me. I just, just the accent I'm doing. But yes, overall, baby boy, you are all over it. Actually, I didn't know if you were talking about dramatically right there, but now in a 3 or 5 minute, this is what we're looking at. And I would say that's a bear flag. Just know that that flag earlier was a lot prettier. The more we extend up and get closer to the bottom of the pole, you got to know that this could easily squeeze at any moment. So I would say anything back over this 381-ish mark, boss, that's where we're going to probably start getting a little bit squeezy and poppier. You want this trend line to crack 100%, if that makes sense. Germany, yeah, I'm like somewhat German too, I think. So Germany could be a good middle ground for a Euro trip. EVFM, watch for a little squeeze there. Kind of that same little squeeze pattern. I say same little, but it has a squeeze pattern to it where it looks like it could squeeze. It is getting tighter in a trend. More opposite where this is up, the SPY was going down, but you can see what I'm looking at here. Moving up, we're getting tighter into this little squeeze area. This is the squeeze area, team. Why? Because we're at the top of what is resistance, and we are pushing and pressuring that resistance. So the more you do that and stay tighter into this little wedge up top, you look for squeeze, you look for your little pops. Nothing major for this, in my opinion. I would say watch for a pop somewhere into the maybe 150 area at most. Probably that's what I was gonna start off with, somewhere maybe around the 140 to 145 mark. You get to 150, you definitely need to take some profit off the table. Pastor Volsi, what is the best time frame if you're looking for a swing play? Pastor Volsi, I'd probably weekly, 15-minute or daily. Pastor Volsi, I don't know if you watch this. I will go battling your... crapola. It's not over here anymore, but I'm going to put this up real quickly. Watch part 2 right here. He maybe went over it in part 1 more, but Ashton Nolan, I interviewed him a couple of weeks ago. And Ashton Nolan, so go back and watch this. He is the swing trader that that I follow. So go watch this interview. And then speaking of, I'll get into your question, Timsy. But yes, go watch this and go see what time frames he's using for his swings. And I would probably go with 15 to start with, weekly, and definitely the daily, always the daily. Whether it's 1 year, 1 day, 6 months, but definitely use that daily. Deck finally responds. Look, Deck, I don't know if anyone's over in Deck's lobby. He says, no idea what that was about. That's awesome. And yes, I'm gonna get since I did I join him live this weekend? I don't think I did join him live. New high of day EVFM here. I don't think I did. This weekend was a blur. I swear it was Friday, and next thing you know, it was Tuesday, team. Anywho, but I don't think I joined him live. I know we talked and conversed, and I know he kind of gave me a shout out when he went live once. Said, AK, baby boy, Josh Smith, or whatever that always says. But yes, I will be wanting to interview him, and I know he'd be down for it. He's so open, and I love him. He's super nice and down for any of that kind of stuff like Ashton is. Just, hey, if it's helping people learn, and we're talking about stocks, that's I'm done. That's what I do for, it's what they do for a living. So same for me. If they ever ask me, because he's doing, speaking of, no, so I think maybe it's something that's in New York. I don't think I forgot where it is. Maybe it was in Europe, but he's doing something. I was like, I want to be a part of it. I want to help. He was like, no, it's not like Sean's thing. Where I was like, but I was like, what it was funny. Like, I want to be, but I'd love to help him out. Anytime he would ask me, I would be there in a heartbeat. And you got it, Pastor Volsi. Yeah, Tesla. I'm sure if you're looking at SPY, I'm sure you probably are going to see this same setup here. on a number of plays. You know, most likely. NIO is not as dramatic, but I can just go through a ton of these plays that run with it, and that you're just going to be like, what? Yeah. I didn't realize that when I first, for the longest time, honestly, how many stocks, and maybe it's become more of a, you know, prevalent thing that traders have noticed a lot more, and have actually, and it wasn't as, I mean, crazy as it seems. I mean, how many stocks almost run perfectly together with the SPY. I did not know that up until probably about 2 years ago. 2020-ish, 2021. I had no idea. And so I was like, was it always like this? Like, really? There are this many like, this is pretty, that makes it pretty easy to trade then. If you really want to make it, you know, if you really want to make things easy on yourself, just go to the SPY, trade SQQQ, you know, trade, I think that's what Zach Copper does in chat all the time. Just trade one of these that go with it or against it. Or any of these stock that, you know, there's more that run with it, it seemed like, but there are some that go inverse of it. It does make it pretty easy, though. There we go, let Dick know. Thank you, though, team. That was awesome. See? Gave Deck a little bit of a thank you, Lord Falco. Anyone else? Yeah, Lord Falco, baby boy. Good job, baby boy. That's awesome, man. I'm glad you came over real quickly. THMO got you a little, oh, look at that. See, I had a feeling. I was like, hold on a little bit longer. It may crack a little bit more there. And there it did come down a little bit more. So THMO, there we go, Lord Falco. Quick, easy trade for the most part. And there was that candle that I was talking about. Boom, down, hovered, new little shelf, came down a little more. Awesome trade there, boss. Awesome trade. Have a good one. Yeah, and thank you, Lord Falco, for spamming the chat over in Dex Lobby and everyone else. Seriously, because that was awesome. Let's see here. Chits, what's up, Chitchy? I didn't just now notice that. What's up, gents? How's the day going? Any trades? Yeah, so early today, just went over these earlier, the Thanos crossover, and I just shorted Siga and Veru. Oh, and AMC. Not AMC, but AMD was the other play for the day, too. Siga shorted this, you know, the Thanos crossover, this and Veru almost around perfect. You know, this one was right before Veru. Veru stayed up a lot longer, but Siga was a great short opportunity. I think more traders were on Veru because they were looking at Veru more. But Veru, same thing. You know, at 3-minute time frame or the 5-minute time frame. I like the 5 a little bit more with Veru, and just a great short opportunity. And then earlier this morning too, because I know Alec, which I was big time on this back in January and February. I moved away from it. And then AV alerted so much. We alerted this red to green move earlier, and we got a great little red to green move there. I didn't hold as long, I think, as most traders did, and it really ended up shooting back up over that VWAP. I was already out by then. Let's see here. Skyline Lord Falco. Let's go to Florence and see. Hey, we're going to Florence. You know, well, we'll go. You know, Florence. I gotta see Florence. You know, all the old stuff there. You kidding me? Gotta come see that stuff. You kidding me, Lord Falco? Gotta see that. And tell me, how good is that food over there? I mean, honestly, I know, literally, so Queenie, always call her Queenie Fettuccine, or Queenie Allegini Fettuccine. She likes the fettuccine, does a Queenie. I've been doing that for whatever reason recently. Now it kind of comes back to the Papano. But tell me, how amazing is that Italian food over there, Lord Falco, and the noodles and stuff? I mean, is it just that much better than anything over here? I mean, of course, there's good restaurants here, but is it that much better per capita, is my point? Or just any one you go into and you're just going to be like, dude, don't matter. You just go to any of them and you're going to be in heaven. Let's support the Fiena. Getting tighter in this wedge, I will bring up Redbox real quickly, team, since I do have this uptrend channel on it right here. We can see this nice, beautiful trend line getting tighter into where the resistance at 620. So watch for a pop or drop coming soon. If we do pop, Redbox could shoot to that 650-ish area. So Redbox, watch for this, and a nice little high alert, I should say, for a move up. EVFM, as we just talked about, slow and steady mover. Thanks for SkyChamp bringing that in. Then I kind of went over it, what you guys should be looking for and what the squeeze is and what you can see in a squeeze. This is generally what we're looking for. Going up more, failed. Down, but not nearly as down as before. Getting back up and tight into this little wedge, back to the resistance area in a hurry. Not leaving the resistance area. Watch for squeeze. Lord Falco is like he's just like, let me tell you. He's like, I'm breaking it down. See you time. That's awesome. The fly on the wall. Yeah, fly on the wall. I know you're over there too. I know you're over there too. Portofino. Let's see, Lord Falco. Yeah, it's different levels. You know, in the U.S. is still good, but it's not the same. It's like an Italian. Exactly. Gotcha. Exactly. 100%. Exactly. And that's a good way to compare it. I mean, because I'm a big foodie person, you know, cooking all the time, so I get you, and that makes sense. We are more, all of our stuff is kind of more of a lot of our Mexican is more of a American, you know, Tex-Mex. On like, you know, in Texas, it's kind of a term that they've kind of generalized it, or American Mexican food essentially. You know, like a Chewy's or an or On the Border, or you know, whatever all those little. I mean, you have your normal, you know, your smaller ones that are going to keep it a little bit more maybe generic to what the authenticity is, and then still even then it's, you know, been Americanized. There's very few that have not been. You find those hole in the walls. Whew. Whew. Let's see here. Sorry, Insky, I know you're asking me. I don't know if you're asking everyone else, but I did see that earlier. I don't know if you're just kind of asking the crowd. What's the safer bet? Long CCL or AAL? Which one's CCL Carnival? Like, which was it? I know this, and of course, this one's American, right? Yeah, that's what I thought it was, American Airlines. You know, right? Or is it not the... I would go with AAL, honestly, in my opinion. They're going to run about the same, but I just like, you know, what American Airlines offers. It's a little bit, I feel a little safer in the sky versus Carnival. I feel like someone's going to push me. I'm just kidding. What I do, I generalize it as that, how much I feel safer in an American airline plane than a Carnival cruise. I just like, it's going to do a lot the same. You can just tell right here. That's what I just want to make sure. You can tell even from like yesterday's movement into today, and then we can go over to Carnival, and it's very identical, right? I just think in the end, what you're going to get more out of, you know, American versus Carnival, because Carnival's just been down and it just keeps going down. Where American, it's had these lows before, and it looks like it's at least trying more so, because some of these are a little bit different. So you can see these lows that have been there. I mean, Carnival hadn't been that low. I don't know if it's ever. I mean, it has been, probably been, but it maybe been a long time. I would just go with American over Carnival. Exactly. That's why I would go with American. I like it more with the spy. It runs, you know, and it looks like Carnival does a little bit as well. But I would go with American in the end. You're welcome, my friend. Sorry, but yeah, you're my bad. Yeah, that was my bad. I didn't see it earlier. All good, boss. And Lord Falco, look at your short here, baby boy. We had a feeling. You see, we see these pop up, as I talked about, team. These pop up out of nowhere, and they give us good runs. They do, I promise. But if you're not in on this run, just wait for the short, because we're getting this almost 75, 85% of the time. This is happening with these plays that pop up out of nowhere. No volume, no nothing. No not as, like I said, nilch nothing. They start moving and getting volume in. Just wait for your short opportunity. You're going to get one. Give my ice cream here in about 5-10 more minutes. Now, here's another thing, too. So, Pastor Volsky, if you're still sticking around, anyone interested, which I'm going to go get some ice cream here in a minute so you guys can. I'll do a taste test right. I have not tasted it yet. Because last night I cooked it. I was like, man, I want this to freeze fast. So I turned my freezer all the way up. You know, nice new refrigerators. They get pretty cold, and they get really cold. I forgot about that last night. Went in there right before bed. It was because it wasn't ready. I was like, almost ready. Oh, we're getting close. I forgot to turn it back to normal settings. Team, I could kill someone with that. The thing I picked that thing, I was like, I forgot to turn it down. It was so heavy. I mean, it's so heavy. It was like it was a frozen block of ice. I was like, dang it, I did not mean to leave it turned that far down. So I had to let it thaw out. I was like, I could kill somebody with this thing. You can kill somebody with ice cream. This is not supposed to be like this. How do you cook ice cream? Right. I guess you kind of cooked it. It's like making home. I don't know if you, I'm like we're talking about fly on the wall, right? Kind of like homemade ice cream. You are cooking it, and you're just really stirring stuff together and then letting it freeze. So technically not cooking, because nothing cooked. But I stirred some ingredients together, and then I let it freeze. There's deep fried ice cream, man. I can't. Okay, I guess there you go. So there you go. So there would be the one ice cream I guess you can cook. Fingers crossed. Deep fried ice cream, man. That sounds good. Let's go back to EVFM, top stock to watch as of right now. And boy, I hate to see top stock to watch because it is a slow fest out right now, team. It is right now. It is a dismal 38 degrees, wind 32 miles an hour, rain coming down from the side. It is just pouring outside, and it's 38. It's just gross. Oh, it's just No one's doing anything. No one's going outside. No one wants to do anything. They're all just sitting inside watching Stranger Things for the 14th time. KRNT, new high. Let's go to KRNT. We have some movement over to KRNT. It's like a radio station. Let's get back to KRNT. Top hits of the 80s. This next hit from Bruce Springsteen brings back a lot of memories. Born to Run, here on KRNT. All right, team. KRNT, nice trend line right here. I think Born to Run, though, probably came out in the 70s. I don't think that was the 80s, but hey, whatever. I think it was like, it may have been the 80s. I think it may have been late 70s. I can't remember. Put your trend line in and trade it. KRNT, and know that when we fall off like we did, like a cliff at the beginning part of the day, and we have this, what was the opening area, know that's resistance, team. So moving up with KRNT right here at this $24 area, prime resistance. Now, we get over this little juncture right here, KRNT, everyone's going to go from, man, no one likes this station. Oh, man, wow, who bought this station? Okay, CBS guy, you know, I'm just whoever. Now, I'm trying to think of like big radio names. There's not anymore. But you get my point. Oh, my gosh. Kevin Hart's, they're doing, this is going to be actually, Kevin Hart's going to be on this. They're going to be, anyway, you get my point. And if they get over 24, everyone's going to be turning over to KRNT and listen to Kevin Hart go from 25, possibly, you know, there could be a good gap to fill there. A lot of room to move there for KRNT if we get back over this open in this little juncture of where we started the day here in the pre-market area. Keep that on watch. I'm going to keep KRNT on watch. I was going to say Howard Stern. That's like the last big radio name I remember making any kind of headlines back in the day. I don't know, like Rush Limbaugh. All the ones I know are talk radio. I don't know any like famous disc jockeys. Boris, do you recommend trading the SPY? I feel like it's hard to trade with all the news and it's very choppy. Yeah, trade options on it. I would say, Boris, it is definitely it's been a little bit more choppy. It's overall 100%, you know, and that's why I just say if you're going to trade the SPY, I would definitely put a 3-minute, 5-minute time frame on it. Days with bigger movements or volume, look to get your trades in then. Some days like today, there's been some days, I think it was about, what day was that last week? Thursday, maybe it was a week ago today. Or was it last Thursday, maybe? I think it was. This day right here on 6/29, there just wasn't a lot of movement. You go back almost a week before that, you know, there will be some days with the SPY, don't worry about trading. If there's no trades to be had there, then I would just sit on your hands. If there's nothing you like, it's just too choppy, you don't want to force anything, just sit on your hands 100%. Or if you don't, you know, I always tell traders, don't forget about TQQQ, SQQQ, AMDs of the world. Whichever of these you like, they all move with the SPY and technically sound. Oh, Sky Chimp. I mean, we could. Sky Chimp. That's funny because he even heard you, Sky Chimp, so we should just do it anyway. That's hilarious. Oh, man. Do it, yeah. If y'all want to. It's already been caught now, unfortunately. You got a game plan. Oh, that was not me. I'm good. All right, team. Y'all have anything else for me right now? Anything else? I'd say EVFM would probably be, and I know it's a little bit slower. I'll keep KRNT on. Watch, see if we get back over this $24 area. EVFM. That would be the only one moving up in my direction, or up in the up direction as of right now. See, Boris, can you tell not to trade the day with choppiness? How soon should we be able to tell? I would say in the first, usually probably the first hour and a half. I mean, you know, I would always give it, you know, 2 hours. You know, to me, in my opinion, I would, because I would leave some days and I'd come back. Oh, there's nothing, you know, first 15, 20, 30 minutes, I wouldn't see anything when I first started trading a lot of the time. Come back 2 hours, just come back at any time, you know, multiple times, whatever. It's 2 hours later, an hour, whatever, you know, come back later, like, damn it, why did I leave? Oh, I should have never left, right? And so if you have the time and there's nothing to do, and this is what you're dedicating your time to do is become a trader, dedicate your time to do that. You know, give yourself that 2 hour to at least the 2 hours, you know, right around the opening bell, 2 hours in. If you haven't seen anything by then I would say you're good to maybe go, you know what, it hasn't happened yet. That probably is not going to happen. But I'd give yourself at least 2 hours, if that makes sense, Boris. Somewhere in there, 2.5. You know, give it close to when deck gets done. You know, that's why I'm usually done. That's why I'm never really trying to get trades in lunch hour commentary, more just helping you guys out, going over trades, days that there are trades to be had. I'm maybe trying to look to take some, but for the most part, just alerting them for you, like THMO and Lord Falco a few minutes ago. So if there is something to maybe be had, you can get a glance at it and trade it. go back real quickly to KRNT. But that's my point is, you can tell like Deck, by this time it's usually dead. You know, so by the time Deck's kind of handing the keys off to me for lunch hour commentary, if you haven't seen anything then, you're probably good to go by that time. Are we going to see a little EVFM lunchtime? That almost sounds like a radio station too. EVFM. An active trader for you. Whammy! I like Whammy. I can't. Forever it was Iggy. Iggy bang, but did like the bang. Which you don't see Iggy do the bang anymore. Or he was bang bang. There was everyone. Then Yama had one. And all the the top traders would kind of like when their alert went off, they'd kind of give like a little slow, like some kind of. I was like, you know what? Mine was Bangarang. So boom. Then Whammy just started coming in. Because Bangarang just kind of became my call-off signal at the end, and I don't use Bangarang anymore. And so, and then I remember Iggy back in the day too. Iggy was like, "You better trademark that. Someone else is gonna steal it." Fingers crossed. Could be just me. Could be just me. But notice that there's some traders on YouTube, including myself, whose right eye and face have dropped since trading. Whoa! I think it is because of constant screen and looking to the right, following charts along. Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, no, I have to look to the left side. I'm everywhere, though, so I that's never going to happen to me. Fingers crossed. That's crazy if you've noticed that, because I'm 72 inches of screen right here. I have 2 curved monitors and a flat one in the middle, so it looks like 72 inches of screen, going across. So I'm always doing this. I'm always having to. My eyes are everywhere, so I feel like my eyes are doing this, like they're being like pulled out. Like if anything, I feel like I'm on an IMAX. But that could happen, yeah. Honestly, that could happen to a lot of traders 100%. Maybe start switching screens around. I have no idea. That's crazy, though. Fingers crossed. If that's the case, I feel terrible. Traders are like, when they're like 80, you're going to be like this. So, and they're gonna have like, just like they had a stroke. Their whole right face is like, well, I was good trading stocks. Man, cannot see right, though, anymore. I just cannot. Only to the left. Here we go, team. Our current play, KRNT. So good. I'm glad this was brought up again. This was brought up earlier, that it's getting to the top-ish area of that pre-market resistance, which is around 2430-ish or so. So if it gets over 2430, I think that's really the top of it. 2435. What do we have from yesterday when we dropped off? Then we get up to that $25 area. So 2430-ish, 2435. Then we have room up into that $25 area. That's when, there's really nothing, and this has clearance to start taking off close to 30, team. We are still running into a little resistance as of right now. That's something I'm going to have to keep my eye on, though. Fingers crossed moving forward. See if I start noticing that. You'd think Deck, because Deck's been doing, it's crazy to think, Deck's been doing this team for 6-7 years now. I think 2016 he was doing it. I don't know about, maybe it was October 2015 is when he started. We need to go back and do like we need to do a birthday for him or something, team. We got the little birthday party for Tradecaster for sure. Even though it was deckmartrades.com at first, I know, but do a little something for his streaming services and everything he's done for us. He's been doing this for a minute. Deck, read if he was still listening. Deck, read what fingers crossed. You getting droopy eye. It's like eye PTSD. That's terrible, man. Yeah. If anything, fingers crossed. Maybe go see. If you are being affected, please do some eye exercises, maybe, or go look it up to see what there is you can do. Doctor you can go see. Yeah, J Trades. I remember. Trust me. Yeah, I know. I don't know. I don't know why he just didn't keep that. Just kind of not know, but I loved it. I guess he wanted to keep it more like business-like with the Tradecaster, but he could have been like, hey, this is my web. It's still done the lobbies and stuff, because I know that's what he was moving toward. But yeah, like you're doing your lobby, but in my own domain's website, deckmartrades.com. You got that, mister? You hear me? But yeah, I liked it, man. I love being able to buy the merchandise. That's before we got big time, though. Now I love Tradecaster. What we have here, you can design your own stream. You don't have to have it like you can put your stuff where you want to put it. Make your screen your chat as big as you want. Pop chat out. Watch on Webinato. Watch on YouTube. It's pretty cool. I honestly would say. As if I would honestly it is, but it is. It's scale to 1 to 10. Got to give Tradecaster a good 9.7 or so. It's pretty amazing how much there is going on to the affiliate program, different pricing plans, the lobbies, Of course, the video library, how long he's had the videos in there to be able to watch stuff. That's pretty cool. Those were the good old days. Yes, we were. Well, when it first started too, you know, it's funny going back to that and how new I was, and just and then traders, when I talk to you guys, and just the relation confirmation that I always get talk about, hearing from what you go through, you know, whether it's the fear of placing trades, you know, of course you get that self-doubt, you know, you don't take the trades and you're just starting, you know, confidence is down because the self-doubt, and you start doubting everything, and then the trade, even then, you know, it's just, then you don't take the trade, you know, it's just so many things that traders go through that I went through as well. Is this trade worth it? I should have wasted day trade on this. Can't get, you know, seem like you can't get anything right. And the reason it went down, I'll just kind of like from yesterday, I think it's like earnings was bad or something. It slashes their forecast, stock plunges like 20%. I was looking at it again. It's something like bad, you know, Q2 is going to be terrible or something like that for the company. And then, of course, then after that, everyone's price target like has immediately just been dropped from that since that. So not that that matters much, but yeah, I think it was from yesterday and bad earnings, and they missed it, and I think quite awfully. It was like estimated 90. I forgot, but they missed pretty bad. I think that's the main reason why. Jofi. That is the main reason why. KRNT earnings report. TERRIBLE. Terrible. I think I spelled that right. What do I think of VRCA? Let's go to VRCA. Nice little move up right here. Seems like we've seen a lot of these recently during lunch hours. I mean, look at this, no volume through these candles right here. I mean, very, very, very little volume through these candles. Then we get a nice little spike up. I just would be careful trading it. You know, if you do trade, go smaller share sizes. When I say that, when I say careful trading anything, team, when I say that, be careful trading. Definitely use your due diligence breaking down this chart left and right, and I'll do it, you know, my best for you. Left, right, you know, right, you know, up, down, my stock trading essentially cheat code with the whole left, right, left, up, down, up. You're going to break it down first. You got to be patient with it. Go smaller share size. That all comes with when I say be careful with trading this ticker. It's usually you could find maybe a better play out there. And I'd say overall this does have room. You can tell up to this moving average, and even really after that, more room after. And so this has a nice good gap to fill. You just have to be careful with the VRCA. You know, there's no news on it. I would suspect probably most likely not. Slowly grinding its way up, just getting these little small volume pops. So I'd say just over this $3 area, and I'd make sure it does get over 3 first. You're probably going to start seeing some more popping again. You could see a run up close to 4. I just would be careful overall again with trading this, and no go smaller share size. Watch for the flag pop over 3 and for the next leg up. Shine, nice baby boy. Let's see Shine. Yeah, it's I like it. I'm in a quite unique part of my trading. It's been about a year and a half, and I'm finally learning how to make ice cream with AK at lunch. All right, KRNT. EVFM, Faru's done. So you know what, since it's moving up, VRCA, I'll put you on watch. VRCA, I will keep VRC on watch for a little bit as of right now. EVFM, I'm going to keep this on number 1 stock to watch, with KRNT number 2, if especially we get over this 24-23 area. Figured you liked that, Shani. I love you, man. Oh, and by the way, too, which I did get one email back. So, Young Commerciante always win. Sniz, I'll get back to you in a minute. Sky Chimp. All the free session giveaway. Remember last Thursday, last Friday, I gave away 6 of those. I emailed you guys, and of course, text whoever I had the number to or whatever. So I emailed everything out. So if you do want to book those, just hit me up whenever you want. No, you don't get back to me right away. I just want to let you know that I did send those emails out for the free session giveaway. Oh, Geek Bomb was another one. All right, team. I'm gonna be right back. I gotta check on something. I think you know I gotta check on. Oops, wrong volume button. Fly in the wall. I didn't get my email. Did you win? I thought I was like I didn't think you win. I went to your messages like I thought for half a second. Fly on the wall. I was like, hold on. Did you win? I could not remember. Groot. What do you think, Groot? All right, y'all. You ready, guys? Here it is. So you can see I made it. Not. Shut off a little. Oh, then I of course put some down a little bit right there. Boom, boom, team. Who's ready for the ice cream? Let's try it out right here. Haven't tried it yet. Oh, team. Oh, Pastor Volsi. Oh, guys, who all was it? Aaron yesterday? Pastor Volsi. Oh, guys. I think we got something here. Wow. Groot. You want some, bub? Got to give Groot a little bit. We'll give Groot a little bit. Groot, you want some? Oh, come on. You got to get some ice cream. You're going to turn down my ice cream? You're going to let everyone in chat. That's how it's going to be, huh? That's how it's going to be. All right. Later, when I give some like Einstein and Brody and everyone else, it hurts my heart. That truly hurts my heart. Larson, that's awesome. I love Great Danes. Yeah, we have two. Actually, I have a third one on the way. So I need to put the pictures in chat. But we just got so we have a puppy, Beerus, female. We got her last year. We had a Great Dane, our first dog together, 12-and-a-half-year-old Great Dane. She passed. She was our daughter, literally. So we got another girl, and we loved her so much that the people we got them from, they're having their last litter, and we've never had true siblings, and so we have another Great Dane coming. So we will have 3 Great Danes. All right, I'll be right back, team. I got to put the ice cream up. The ice cream, though, Pastor Volsi. Oh, my gosh. You guys. Oh, jeez. All right, we're back. Had to show that off, though. Unless you guys know that I wasn't faking that one. Woo! That's so good, though. Groot, and that's so funny. So I leave, and Groot, a little spills on the floor, and he just goes straight to it. I'm like, oh, you can lick it off the floor. Oh, yeah. But Larson, yes, I love my babies. That's Groot. Rockin' TJ. You have a pup that would like to... yeah, riding over, right? He's like... And then he turns it down. Yeah, I joke. It's not up to his standards. He's like, I need some chocolate in it, Dad. I'm like, you don't get chocolate, though, Groot. Now that you have the base, you can flavor you want. Peach, strawberry, Oreo. Yeah. I didn't go Oreo the first time. So I did go I had to get that apple pie. I had to go to the local bakery. My girl makes a great Dutch apple pie. You know, the little crumbles on top. Oh, man. So, like, I didn't feel like doing that this time. I went cheap. I say cheap. She does a good job. I didn't want to do a homemade one. So yes, Pastor Volsi. And what about? I thought maybe if you want to make chocolate, like say when could you do this? Now have you done this, Pastor Volsi? Like say when you're doing when I have it in the KitchenAid thing, could I put like I'll squeeze in a little like chocolate syrup and just let that chocolate syrup just kind of go in there and then mix in with it and then let that freeze and it would be chocolate ice cream? Or would it be better just doing the chocolate afterward on top of the the base essentially since you've done it? I'm asking a pro over here. Sean, couldn't have made this far without you, and I community. Let's say Bill thinks it's funny how much I thought even 6 months ago. Where we are. Oh, appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. Yeah. Sean, you're the man. Just that bun. All right, so VRCA, KRNT, and there's the failed team. KRNT is failing a little bit at that top resistance area that we talked about. EVFM, our slow and steady matriculation play team. THMO was the last stock that really kind of spiked with any sort of power. It has completely died off for the most part, back down into the mid 30 cent area. Let's see here. BC Man, is Varu building a shelf at the 1260 mark? Let's go to Varu. Oh, yeah, baby boy. There you go. I'll just move this up. This is Patch Art History. I've got a million lines on Varu. Been trading it for like 8 months now, it seems like. I will move this line up. You can tell right there, BC Man. I'd go 1255. I'd go 1255 for that shelf. But yes, it is 100% building one. Oh, they're a good thing. I didn't think about that. Cocoa mix. Okay, into the mix. Okay, cocoa powder. That would be much better. That probably would actually. Cool. Bam. That's what would be, actually, yes, a better alternative to that. I'll remember that for next time if I want to make a little chocolate batch. Because then it would almost kind of reminds me, which I saw a TikTok, everyone's a cook on TikTok. But I did see a TikTok where you can make your own Frosty, like the Wendy's Frosty. And essentially that seems like almost all I'd be doing, really. And I remember that's what they did in that, was added cocoa. And it was like, essentially tasted just like a Wendy's Frosty. And tell me if I'm not wrong about that. And that's probably pretty close. I just saw that recently. I was like, no way. I was like, I can make my own Wendy's Frosty at home? Got the shelf. We got this VRCA squeeze really starting to build up right here, team. You see this flag right here when we are pounding our way back up into this resistance area? Watch for a squeeze. This is still in squeeze mode. I'm going to keep this on top watch as of right now, being that it actually shows a little bit of volume and movement. And then, of course, I'll go to EVFM. It is a slower mover. I know that, team, but it is really about all we have to look at right here during lunch hours. You can add the syrup if you're looking for a swirl, and then a special up there. Man, I'm telling you, I'm going to be, next thing you know, Pastor Folsey. I'll be having I'll be like, telling you, just the creations are just getting started. Definitely gonna go with the Oreos though sometime. I'm gonna start doing like that kind of stuff. I appreciate it, Sean. That was awesome to hear. Deck has the years of wisdom. AK has a trend line shelf crack with Thanos. Alex has the blue chip shelf chip. I love it though, yeah. J Trade's all about that DTB. That's right. He's a dirty trading, you know what? Just kidding. Oh, man. And I need to get Jay, because, yes, I know, Tim, you asked earlier, I want to get Day Trade Professor on, but I'm still trying, whenever J Trades wants to get on. I'm not pressuring anyone. I'll get the interviews on when I get them on. Miss Boss wants to talk about her traps and stuff like that. Iggy, trying to get Iggy on still. So some of these top traders you guys don't really hear a lot from, and want to hear probably more from that don't go live is my point. I would love to get these guys on. Sean, big old shell. That is a big old shell for Veru. Sean World, bring the dumbass. Oh man, Tim Z throwing Sean under the bus. There goes new high of day for VRCA, just like I just talked about. So VRCA hitting that new high of day area team. Again, watch for this over 3. That's where this will really start moving a little bit. Until then, I feel as if it could fail and just form a little bit more of this uptrend flag that we're forming. Damn, I'm known for this. And Philip, I did see you say earlier too that you did get your email. So, but anyway, I meant to say earlier, Philip. I did see that you said that earlier. So, Philip, good. I'm glad you got that. That just hit me in the head. I was like, oh yeah, I forgot to respond to Philip. I know I was responding to the ice cream, and then Flannel didn't get his, and then Groot's over here trying to eat the ice cream, but then wasn't trying to eat the ice cream. So yeah, whenever you want to, let me know. Y'all are free, and we'll start getting those scheduled for sure. Tim, to you and Sean. Just reading y'all's, like, that's what I love sometimes, just reading people's conversations like that people have in chat. I will just read you guys' conversations and just laugh, like whether it's over in Dex lobby, whoever's lobby, I'm going live. I'm just reading guys' essentially you're chatting together. SYM, I did notice this hit the high of day momentum scanner a few times here recently, team. Lower volume play. We're getting these big candles here and there. Not much happening overall with YM or SYM. Nice move for the day. I mean, we are up 14 to 18. That is a $4 move. That is a big move overall. It's just going to be a little bit slower move. So you're going to have these one big, one or two, especially now this late in the day. You're going to have one, maybe two at most of these 3-minute time frames with this movement, and then you're going to get back to stalemate for the most part. This was, to me, somewhat of a long-lived volume burst for SYM, and you still see the movement you had. It wasn't like it was a lot of movement, so don't expect a lot for SYM. It's a slow matriculator. At the right times, you're getting those pops, but again, at the right, if you're at the wrong time, you could then be a part of a nice pullback as well. I like turtles. I remember that kid. I got 2 turtles. I can go get Milton and Millie out. Milton's huge. Well, I say huge. He's about, I guess he's almost a foot. Milton's probably about a foot long. Getting close to. Got a foot long turtle. Foot long hot dog. Got the foot long hot dog. Man, why did Subway ever start doing those when they started doing foot longs? They should have been doing some hot dogs too, dang it. It's turtles all the way down the line. Love me some Sergio. Oh, the turts. Hey, I'm telling you, team. Some good stuff. All right, any questions, though? Anything you want to go over as of right now? I'll go live for another 30, 45 minutes. There's not a lot going on today. SYM, small pop here. VRCA popping up a little bit. KRNT trying to make its way back to essentially where it came back from, and it has that $24-ish, $25 area. It's gotten really close to it. EVFN would be our other mover to look for. Those would be, to me, the top 4 to look at moving forward for the rest of the afternoon as far as right now. The SPY really hasn't done much, team. It's really kind of been more of a sideways day for the SPY. Had that choppy movement earlier. Found a base around 380. Now we're working our way back up and just moving sideways, not doing a lot of movement overall. So waiting for maybe that to start moving a little bit more to see maybe more movement from Tesla, AMD, and all the other tickers that go with it. It hurts. I love some turtles. I mean, my gosh, I got Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I'm sure y'all can still see that. There's a camera sometimes that y'all can still see it. I'm making sure y'all can still see the turtles back there. Oh, because the door's open. So here's what we'll do. All right, so hold on, team. Hold on. Yeah, my Jordan shirt on today. I was hoping I'd come out all like Jordan and kill it, but I mean, we did okay today. Hold on here, team. I'll keep the mic on. Watch out. You're fine. You can stay in here. Watch out. Can you move that big old foot? Thank you. Let's see if anyone notices anything. If anyone notices anything when I turn this camera back on. Let's see if anyone notices anything when I turn this camera back on. And when I do, if you could tell me what it is, I'm going to give you a free session. All right? Now get ready. Let's see if anyone notices anything. Renard. Actually, well, no. My dad, a real quick joke about that. My dad, being the morning show host and goofy person he was, and kind of a lot goofy. Anyway, obviously, where he got my goofiness from. His bit one day that he talked about all week long. He said, Friday, come join me. I'll be on the Main Street Bridge walking naked down the street. That's right. I'll be walking naked this Friday, team. Or I keep saying team like he'd be saying team. And so everyone, like when I say everyone, but he had about 500 people show up on Main Street that morning. And what he did, though, was he got a call. Anyway, he turned my dog, Maxie, my Dalmatian, and named it Naked for the day. And so he showed up and like, what are you doing? He's like, I'm walking naked. Here she is. So there's a little joke real quickly right there. All right, so 3, 2, 1. Does anyone notice anything? And my mustache. I should put my mustache back on. Is my mustache on Super Saiyan mode, Vegeta? My clothes are still here, friends. But if you notice anything, I waxed my... Oh, man. I was like, my eyebrows. A CD? You think that's a CD, Renard? A CD on the wall. Yeah, I put a CD on the wall. Oh, my God. Oh, good. Y'all did notice it. Okay, the Turtles game is on. But it's the record. And, oh, Blue Merle. Blue Merle. Sorry, I'm old. That's even older than that, though, Renard. That's a platinum album right there, baby boy. And yes, that is actually a platinum record team, literally, for 1 million records sold for my hit called The Journey. That's right, it's called The Journey. Look it up right now. It's called AK47. The Spice Girls. No, it actually is. No, literally. And Blue Merle actually called it out. And so, look at this team. Yeah, you can see it. Boom. So I'm not like making this up. Boom. So yeah, it's a platinum album. Look at that right there. Pretty cool, huh? Huh? What's funny is I kind of kept forgetting to bring this up to see if anyone would notice it. So y'all actually did pretty darn good. I did not think that y'all would notice that right away. There you go, big boy. Now you can get out of the room if you want to. Groot, didn't want to leave Groot knocked in there. Then nice. Yeah, there was like a hole back there, and I noticed every time I'd go live, when my door wasn't open, which when my door is open, it's fine. But when my door was closed, that little gap, I'd go when I, did the interview week or whatever it was, whatever I was watching, I was like, I just don't like that gap. I need to fill that space right there. And so I was like, I got to get this. Yeah, essentially T-Farm, yeah. It's my dad, it's from when he was a disc jockey. They'd send those to certain radio stations for playing their album, like when it sold so many. And so that's one from Journey, and so they gave him a certain... But yeah, it's Journey. No, it's Journey. It is Journey. It is a Journey. That is a Journey album team right there. You could literally break that out of that fake glass thing. It's like plastic glass, and put that on a little... oh my gosh. Of course, a record player. I was like trying to think of the name of the album. But yes. Yeah, so it's a true... Yeah, it's a real album. It's a real album. It's a real platinum album. And y'all did good, man. Y'all were good. Swole Granny. I like how that's so funny. Swole Granny right on top of... Who else got it? Swole Granny said record. Jesper said record. Different tie. I put a different t-shirt on. Oh, and Tim got it right off the bat. Tim got it first. Record on the wall. Like it, Tim Z. Record on the wall. Love it. He got it right. Renard, I'll give it to you. You know, somewhat of a right answer there, Renard. But the top prize goes to Aussie. Bloomer Aussie with the Journey record. How she knew that? She has good eyes. You have made records for 10 years, Sean? Where? You made records where? Pardon my French. Literally, right? Get your terms over there right, my friend. It's no CD, this record. Yeah, don't stop believing, Renard. Just don't stop believing. Don't stop believing. But that's what I was trying to say. Rockin' TJ was a turntable. Like back in the day when they had like my dad. I mean, that's what they had to play. I mean, they played literally that you heard on the radio team. Would be from a record. And then of course they got those 8 tracks essentially, like the disc you see put in there. And then now it's just all from obviously it's all from a computer. EVM or Rev, it should say Rev. Thoughts on Rev going to 7 today? You know, it's got to stay on this uptrend. If it cracks this trend line, I'm thinking Rev does not. So if Rev cracks this trend line right here, in my opinion, Jesper, I don't think it's going to get to your area at all. I don't think. In my opinion, if we crack back below, not only, and that's crazy because this is past chart history team, it almost lined up perfectly. I hardly had to move this up a few cents at all, though. Oh, this old resistance line. So we crack below both these lines right here. Not a good sign for Rev moving up the rest of the day. I would say if it cracks the trend line, gets below the VWAP, it will not see 7 today. Has to stay above this trend line to see 7. Sean, have a good one in pencil. Sean, you're in PA too. Hold on, before we go walk the dog, unless you're out walking right now. Hold on, you're in PA as well? I keep forgetting. You're in Pennsylvania, or you just to go there to make the records? What's up with everyone in PA? Estrie, what's up? Thoughts on KRNC on the short side? Yeah, I've just kind of alerted that KRNC when we earlier with this running into the pre-market resistance. As you could tell, I did just go over this and the trend line cracked. So the trend line is cracked. You probably could have gotten in anywhere around the $24 mark a couple of times right there, really close to it or just above it. This was the best short area so far. Finally working our way back up into this area, which you just know every time you see this in a chart, we collapse from an area and we somehow make our way back up into this. And you could tell what was once support, it will be resistance when we move back into it. So that was the short to be had. The next short to be had is going to be underneath this 23.5 area. You can see support from before, resistance from before, support now. That's going to be your next good short opportunity for the way down if you have not already entered. What? You and Deck, hold on. Okay, so I don't know. Mego's not in chat today, but I'm calling her out. So Sean Whirl, there's a girl in chat named Mego. Megalodon, I wish you're in chat. I'm calling you out. I'm sorry. She went to high school with Deck as well, so that means she went to high school probably with you too if you went to high school with Sean, because she went to high school with Sean. What's going on here, team? This is nuts. So Sean, yeah, so I wish Mego was in chat. She's not, I guess, because I'm sure she'd be coming up going, why are you calling me out? But when I say Megalodon, always Megalodon Bomb, Geek Bomb, those two girls. Mego, her name's Mego in chat. Yeah, you probably do. Her name's Megan. I forgot her last name, though. I'll just go with, obviously it's Megan. But there's Megan was in chat. But yeah, you all went to high school together. What in the world's going on? This is nuts. Well, my mom's went from, so I don't know if you've heard, well, it's so small, but it's called Bowmansville. My mom was born and raised in Bowmansville, which is just like right outside of Reading and Lancaster. It's in between both of them, over there in the literally Amish Mennoniteville, just prime in it. That's where my mom was born and raised, was in Bowmansville, PA. So I go up there all the time. Love it. Love the area. Love it, love it, love it. Still have family up there. There we go, Philip. Bucks County. All right. Yeah, so that's crazy. Got some PAs up in this mug. Paulie's Pennies. How low do you think ASS will go? He's in on a put. How low can you go? Woo. Let's go here. Come on, trade ideas. Man, this is where trade ideas gets on my last nerve. Look at that, and then all of a sudden it'll just do that to me. I don't get why trade ideas does that. Man, it's annoying. There we go. So you see this area right here? Finally, Paulie's Pennies. This is taking like 13 years to get here. But this area from 2020. And I would say somewhere in this little shelf right here, this because it's hit it multiple times in the past, right under 25, you can see boop, boop, boop. Right there at about 24, just over 24, that would be the area now long term. Now today, that's still $3 to go. So I'm going to zoom in a little bit more and see what you're running into today. Right there. We're running into this right here, this little congestion area. We get through this, boom and boom. This little area right here, we're going to go down some more. You know, you have room down to 24 then. It's this area right here that we're looking for, right here, Polly. Polly! I feel like I'm talking to someone else that's, at least got to be from Jersey, PA, Vermont, New York, Boston. Where you at up there? Massachusetts. Polly's like, I am from Oklahoma, you idiot. So you got to go. Hey, you're good, man. Hey, have a good one. You got to go. You got to come down here. There's nothing to do except trade and make music go on. Hey, you got to go, man. Polly or Sean. I was almost there almost every year, Sean. Lately, but yes, love visiting there. Probably over 5 to 7-ish years growing up as a child. My grandpa built a house up there. Well, they were raised on the farms back in the old school day where you were done at 8th grade. My grandma and grandpa both were done at 8th grade on working on different Mennonite. I think it was maybe Mennonites, not the Amish, but worked on a farm, one of the Mennonite or Amish farms together. Met each other at like 16, 17 years old. And had been, you kind of guess back in the day behind, you think about high school sweethearts, but essentially didn't go to high school. So, but yeah, and then old grandpa built a house up there in the 70s. And, yeah. Love it up there. I called it. That's right, Polly's. I remember that now. It is New York and in Texas now. I remember that, Polly's. I think Polly's is, I was literally going to say Fort Worth, and there it is. I think Polly's is in Fort Worth. Because every time I mention that Avery's gotten the Hollywood feed locations back in Fort Worth, she got her Fort Worth locations back, I think of you, Polly. Because I'm like, I think it's Polly. There's a couple of you guys actually in Fort Worth. VRCA, here's that pop finally. So VRCA team, there's that new High of Day pop. Slower mover overall like EVFM, but there's finally that pop that I kept talking about. Finally over 3 right there. Always shiny. Go enjoy the beautiful day. I'm sure it's much cooler. Already team. Well, I mean, it's already noon, so of course it'd be hot by now. Noon to 1 in a summer day. It is 98 degrees outside and feels like 111 at my house right now. So anywhere that it's not like that, please enjoy anything cooler than 85 degrees. But yes, Sean, you guys up there up north, love it. Beautiful. Love PA. Love NY. Love it all. I love the United States. Love everywhere. Got to get our Euro trip. Oh, what did Deck ever say about the Euro trip? I totally forgot about that earlier. What did Deck ever say about the Euro trip? Damn, he came back and said, I love it. There we go. That's awesome. I loved it. Got some emojis from that and said, AK47, I love that. Time to start planning. Boom. Love it. I'll text them up. I'll text them though and say, hey, we need to get there. That'd be cool though, right? That would be cool. Yeah, and Renard, yeah, he did. Cool. I'm glad. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, Grigor. So funny. Yesterday, I got done with with the session. Had everything kind of wrapped up. About to feed the pack. Guy knocks on my door, and it's always the worst time. You're about to feed the 12 dogs, and of course someone knocks on the door, and what do you think's happening? I can get them to calm down. They did relatively quickly after I was outside. I got to go outside and get away from them to let them know everything's going to be okay. But poor guy was from San Diego, and he just moved here. He was like 25 years old. Not even 25. He's probably 20-ish years old. Just moved here from San Diego and doing that kind of door-to-door work, trying to sell solar panels. I was like, I felt so bad for him. It's like, you don't even know this humidity. You had no idea what you were about to get into. Yeah, Grigor, anyone out on that West Coast. Whoo. All right, team. Any last questions, comments, concerns, anything you want to go over, let me know right now. Again, thank you for coming over. Another little lunch hour commentary. And tomorrow, I definitely, because again, I'll be up early. I got a session actually tomorrow morning as well. So I'll have a session tomorrow morning. And then on top of the fact, I will be then going live tomorrow morning for commentary. So you will have me tomorrow morning, team. I'll do the briefing about 15-20 after 9 a.m. So about 9:15, 9:20 a.m. 10 to 15 minutes for the opening bell. I will do my briefing for you guys and then get into try to get some live trades in. Last week, there's the gaining and maintaining patience lesson team. The other lesson, of course, the big guy, the one y'all have been waiting for nonstop, it seems like for 2 weeks and people asking about it, was the Thanos crossover lesson. Here is part 1. I did that on Friday. Go give those a watch, thumbs up, dive into those team. Very good lessons for sure. Want any extra one-on-one time? Want to learn some more? Get some of those free sessions that I gave away or have given away. Go over to my website team. Still have the sale going. I forgot about that. I think I was going to adjust it this morning, but I forgot to adjust it. So I will go over and adjust that. But hey, you want to take advantage of the sale. The sale is still going on over my website. And there's my Instagram and YouTube as well, team. BC man. Okay, cool. Okay, so that's you. All right. So now I know what BC stands for, man. Awesome, BC man. Can't wait to see you in the morning. That's crazy. You were just talking it up in chat, right? I just not realized too. Yeah, you the one have been. You and Philip have been talking, or you and Polly Spinnies, I should say. Philip's the other one that won. He won the free session, but yes. Polly's. Florida was pretty though. Yeah, I would say that. BC man, if you are interested in the area, which I love Florida. We'll say the same thing. I'm in 100% agreement with Polly's. If you're looking for cheaper price, better price, if that isn't anything of a concern, you're gonna get more bang for your buck, and definitely most likely even better land in Texas versus Florida. Florida though, again, it's gonna be a little prettier, a little less humid, a little less hot. A little pretty. I mean, again, then I love Florida. We have a condo. I've had a condo there for a while. I say it's in my family's name. It's my parents that I get to use. That eventually I kind of now take care of because they have not been really caring to want to stay up with, Airbnb. They always put it on Verbo, which was great, but now it's on Airbnb, which makes it easier, and I kind of maintain it. But love going down there every summer. We want to get to where I'm going down there 2 times, if not 3 times a year eventually, now that I'm getting to that point in my life where I can enjoy that. But yeah, I love Florida. It is gorgeous. Our place is on the Panhandle area, called Navarre Beach. But anything in Florida, especially on the Panhandle side, down along, I'm a big Gulf guy. The beaches and the water is just way prettier. Sand way softer, way more, a little bit more, well, definitely whiter. Cleaner water, right side. It's prettier down on, which I had never been before, but it's prettier down on that right side for a while. You go wrap around, you get to Miami and Fort Lauderdale and Pompano area, Pompano. You get to the Pompano Beach area, it's still pretty, not as much though as it is and soft as it is on the other side, but then you start going up further north, which I was like, that's when I asked, like, when does it finally start getting? Because I've noticed that, and you have to go a little bit further north on the coast on that east side of now then to Texas. There's just not a beach there worth going to. I know people in Texas, sorry if you do go to those beaches, those aren't, you go to a beach there, I'd rather not. Not to mention I live there, let's see, makes let alone makes it worth it. Exactly. Well, yeah, Renard. Yeah, you live in a beautiful area, Renard. That area, I like that area. I've never been there before, so I like that Pompano, or of course for my man Swing and my man Sky Champ. There's your swing. And Pompano, that's gorgeous. That area is gorgeous. All up and down the area. We had the seminar. Have never been there before. I've been up and down the Panhandle side, all the way down, really kind of toward Orlando on the Gulf side. Been up around the Jacksonville, Daytona Beach area. So yeah, I've kind of done the whole Florida experience as far as beaches are concerned. But yeah, gorgeous. Love Florida. It's pretty. It's pretty. Yeah, Hero Trader. Yeah, you're welcome, man, for that Thanos crossover lesson, 100%. I will dive back into that. I'll do round 2, part 2. Last Friday of this month, I'll do that, and then probably round 3, part 3. Sometime late August into September, most likely. Pretty much a month at a time. Give the last one a little bit longer, maybe closer to 2 months in the end, just to really get out figure if there's any last little kinks I want to work on. And maybe it's sooner than that. Maybe I've already figured it out. I'm like, no, here it is. There's no point to wait on 3. Here it is, team. This is it. Yeah, probably that makes, that's what it is for me. I like that. It's kind of like, no harm, no foul. It's kind of like what Dallas was now and will be for us. Like living there, but owning there. I was like, I just don't know if I could live there. Just all that traffic, get on the wrong road. Now I've got a bill for driving on the wrong road and paying for the stupid tolls. And So you know what? I'm gonna go back to a little more simpler times. I'm gonna go back to Arkansas. I can get a lot more money. You know, money goes a little further here though too. But yeah, I was like, but then that's why now Dallas, which makes it more fun. Now that when we go to Dallas, we're not like, I gotta get in this train. You know, we enjoy it. You know, we enjoyed it. We were kind of starting to not enjoy it anymore. That's how we love Florida. You know, I want to make it to where every time you go there, it's like, oh, I love this. Fly on the wall. What's it like at South Beach, Miami? Looking to spend. That's beautiful. You know, I know Renard can tell you all the time since Renard's pretty much right there. But it's beautiful. You know, actually, it was my first stop. Real quickly, just so everyone can see this beautiful picture real quickly that I'll share. This right here actually was, I forgot what the main road there is. So maybe someone let me know on South Beach. But this was taken right there on South Beach. That was the BMW that I had. I wish I should have gotten the top down in that picture. I don't know why I didn't take that. It was rather hot out, but beautiful. I love it. Actually was impressed with the beach and how pretty the sand was and how nice the water was in that area. So there's a lot to do, a lot to eat in that area. So you're gonna, yeah, there's a lot. I like Fly on the Wall. You're gonna love that. Anywhere in that area, you're gonna like. Who got the compound interest calculator? So Tim Z is Tim Z in chat. I don't have it saved, but Tim Z has that, Renard. So anytime you see Tim Z for sure has that compound interest calculator. Collins, thank you, BC man. Yeah, it's Collins. That's it. Collins, yeah. And then of course Ocean. I remember Ocean, but it was Collins. Collins is that main one. That's it. Collins. I was hanging out with Colin Powell. He was talking about the one time over in Iraq. He shot off a couple of missiles on accident. Polly's been done a lot of partying in Miami. Good for you, baby boy. There we go, Alex. Bumpano. Y'all love that one. I had y'all rolling. Alex, or say Tim Z. Compound interest calculator. Compound interest calculator, please link in chat. Por favor. Oh, and never mind. Never mind. Ahmed's already got it. But if you want to add it too, you can. I love you too. Polyspin, getting old now. I understand. Getting old now. Yeah, I know what you mean. That's why like most of our vacations are more of a relaxed vacation than more of a crazy extravaganza. We've had those. Those were fun. Now it's kind of like we're at the top, and now we're kind of coming down to more of the relaxed. Okay, this is gonna be more of a chill vacation. All the fun ones were back here in the past. Now we're hitting that hill and going over. Few fun ones here and there, you know, but mostly on the downtrend. We're on the backside move, so to speak. Super buddy, how we doing? Yeah, slowing down. There's really not to look at. VRCA, EVF, and you can tell the two stocks we're looking at and the slower movement up on each one of them. Not a lot going on. That's why we're kind of talking about Florida and Pompano Beach and Miami. And then, oh, you missed the Euro trip and the big spam, so we went over there. You can probably scroll back and still see it all. Talking about having a seminar in well, of course, we keep talking about Florida. Not in Florida. But, of course, next time in Vegas. Maybe go to Chicago after that and get back in the middle part of the United States. Then do New York. But we're talking about doing a Euro trip, right? Starting in maybe London, going to Florence, going to Paris, going to Rome, wherever. We're going to the big spots over there. You know, a couple days here. Doing the stock trading seminar, though, the Tradecaster seminar, somewhere there over in here. Not that we have to do multiple stops. We could just all have it in one city. But we're like, hey, that'd be pretty cool, though. And so I had everyone go over to Dex Lobby and spam, and just everyone, Euro trip, everyone just put I mean, it was nice, because I don't know if you're over the one day that he had everyone spam my lobby. Well, super buddy, so we already talked about food. Tim, it's so funny with the bear. Oh, back at you. I love Ted. But yeah, so super buddy, you missed I got the ice cream out already, so we already had this food conversation. I brought my, I made homemade ice cream. I got it out of the freezer just a little bit ago. Had me a couple of fresh bites. Hadn't really tasted it yet. Amazing. So you did. Well, that's so funny. We can talk about food anytime y'all want, though. I love it. If you want to do a Euro trip, you need to go to Sardini, huh? Is that how it's say? I guess how you say that, Sardini. Hopefully, I will not be served a plate of sardines over there. I appreciate the love and the help. AERC, okay, let's go back. Would we have any kind of movement? Oh, there we go. I had and I went over AERC earlier, literally, team, for lunch hour commentary, talking about this still is in squeeze mode. I was talking about what was the play earlier today. It had tons of, IINN. Then there was another play. Stocks with room to run that just end up not kind of failing and not really filling out to potential. Another one was AERC. I thought AERC over, and I went back over the past chart history and the areas that it got over, and you could tell over 20, there was really nothing else holding up. There was a little bit, and it ran into it right here. But yeah, it was just one of those conversations I had earlier, and still said AERC could still move. So it's funny to talk about. I bring up a play earlier, and sure enough, here we go, hitting a new high of the day. So this would be the top stock to watch, at least as a movement from right now. Nothing else is really moving, team. Oh, gotcha. See, you got to put the A in there. I was like, I just saw the Sardini. Sorry, I was like, Sardini? Sardini? Sardinia. Corsica is beautiful as well. Nice of Corsica. Yeah, I'll have to, honestly, team, it'll be, we all talked about it yesterday. I will, and by then, stock trading, seminar time, when it's time for the seminar 2027, I'm hoping United is just where, that boom, the plane you guys showed off yesterday is nonstop working all the time. Maybe, I don't know when that's supposed to start up or if it already has. That is the only way I'm most likely going to be taking these trips. I just don't know if I can do a 7-8 hour flight. I just don't know if I can do that. If I do, it would be, again, the boom flight, but to Australia, because that's my wife's dream destination. So I would do that. But then that's then putting a 14, 15 hour flight down to 8 hours, 7 hours. I could do that. So you're telling you, a scaredy cat over here, okay, team? I'm a scaredy cat. I will keep, look at these lines too. I love this. So this is literally the support line. I'll leave this in as blue. Old resistance equals new support. This was literally, I wish I could edit or click on edit properties like I do on Thinkorswim to show when I put this line in, just to show you that has been in for, honestly, weeks now. And then same with this was once support. We will mark this as orange because it is now what, team? Resistance. Perfect. Xanax works for long. Yeah, Polly's Penny is not for me, man. I would need, like, I'm telling you, you don't understand the energy that I have in my body. I brought this up forever ago. You probably didn't hear this conversation. I brought this up recently with the whole MRIs. I cannot stay in MRIs. Couldn't do a normal one. Had to go get one for my herniated disc in my back. Was in that thing for 5 minutes. Nope. Couldn't do it. So, okay, do an open MRI. Tried the open MRIs. That thing, for whatever reason, still freaked me out. So they're like, okay, well, I had to reschedule that appointment. And so they're like, okay, well, my mom was like, take a Xanax. And I was like, so I took a Xanax. I took one of my wife's Ambien, a Xanax, and what's the melatonin. I was still in there, wide awake. I mean, I was like, oh my, I mean, it's all in my brain. I just got stuck in an elevator recently. Heights, it was all in my brain. I know this, but that just shows you how powerful your brain can be. And then I was on Xanax and Ambien and melatonin and was wide awake. Yo, you guys, with some Jack Daniels. See, I'm a caver. Check this out. Oh, man. Yeah. Okay, hold on. Oh, Alex Vaughn, you do this? This is you. No! I cannot watch this stuff. There was something the other day I saw a guy do this on, I forgot what it was, like on Instagram or something. One of the guys I follow do this. And then one of the comments, and I said the same thing, and he had so many likes. He's like, I can't believe people do this for fun with like the mind blown emoji and a bunch of crying faces. Because that is me. I was like, that is my comment. I'm like, I can't believe people do this for fun. You get me in there, Alex Vaughn, I would not want to. I'd be like this. Just, is it over yet? Can you just push me along? That is crazy, Alex. So kudos to that is awesome, man. That's funny. Right when you said that, I said, you're a caver. I'm like, no. Oh, I just saw a video of this the other day, and this guy, because he was talking about, he was trying to get through a certain area, and he had to he's like you, taller guy, and it's hard for him to get through some of those certain areas, and you have to relax, you have to be calm, you can't, and he was talking about that in the video, and how people get stuck in these areas, and then, rescue events have to happen and stuff, because they freak themselves out. That would be me. You're in there just like, yeah, well, cool, like he is. He's just like, yeah, well, and you could tell he was stuck, but so like, kind of like how you guys are. I'm in a trade, I'm calls, I'm on my phone, I'm texting, talking about Thanos crossover, and I'm in 2 trades and I'm fine, right? You guys getting 1, and yeah, so kind of the vice versa where, Alex is in there just like, oh yeah, cool, whatever. This guy's completely stuck, and he's like, you could tell he's kind of stuck. He's like, okay, I gotta be calm. Here's what we got to do here, and then he works his way out just fine. And I would have been like. Anxiety, panic attack galore. The longest I spent is 11 hours under. Man, that is nuts, man. The 12. What's that one scary movie? There's a couple different ones. There's a couple scary movies where they go underground to kind of do that. They all end up kind of dying for some crazy creature down there. But man, yeah, I forgot what a couple of different movies called. Mid to early 2000s when they came out. Sanctum, that's it. Yeah, Sanctum. I was like, what's that movie called? Whew. Ooh. Man, that and being like on the top of a skyscraper and just looking down. Like right now, team, my fingers are tingling, literally, and sweating. Like sweating. M-shape formed on Spy. Literally, goosebumps now. I'm just like, oh, gah. How do you do that? Spy team, beautiful trend line up here. What would you say, M-shape? A little bit of an M-shape. Yeah, I kind of see this M-shape that you're seeing right here. Here's the first part of the M. Watch for the second part to take shape right there. Fly on the wall. Good eye there, boss. I'll put purple right now. Yeah, Alex Funny. I think Alex Funny just gave a lot of people anxiety. He like gave some people adrenaline rushes, like, yeah. Then a lot of people just literally just started sweating and their fingertips started literally just tingling like mine. What? Don't do a cave tour. One of the features is called the birth canal. Aaron, I don't want to know that one. I don't want to know what happened there. Well, that one took a different route today. See, Super Buddy, probably weren't expecting that. You're probably expecting food. The next thing you know, we're talking about being stuck in caves and how AK would just literally be frozen solid. I mean, I'd have a heart attack. Straight up. Or it'd be like, and I couldn't do it. I got to get through as fast as I got to get through the other side. And you can't do that. You got to take your time. Got to be slow. Got to be patient. Patience. There would be no discipline or patience for me in that. Spy trying to work its way to this M-shape team. I was just noticing this to the right-hand side, so watch for this. This could still continue up. You know, this may not form the M-shape. It doesn't necessarily seem we're always going to have it, but it's still in the M-shape, but we're getting to look like we could squeeze a little more. Yeah, what does happen, Al? What happens when one person does get stuck? If anyone does, are you all just kind of like stuck there? Does that ever happen? You get like a newbie to get in there, they just get stuck? Does that ever happen? And if so, what is the scenario? How do we break it down? Yeah, are you kidding me? Super Buddy? Always. Always interesting conversation. Fun when you have to take your helmet off to fit through the hole, right? God, no. Oh my gosh. We had a guy get stuck once and they brought in shovels to get him out. It was called Bob Dobbs Cave and Rock. There you go. Bob Dobbs. Oh, have you ever been to Devil's Den here in Arkansas? Devil's Den's pretty cool. I've been to one of like to the start of one where you keep going down. But so you start and it's black as can be. I mean, I will say I forgot I did start one time. You know, people just were going in left and right. So me and my friend had no equipment. We were just going up there for fun in college. You know, just have a relaxing fun day. Drove up there because it wasn't far from the University of Arkansas. Or drove down there, really, I guess I should say. But point being, went to Devil's Den and started walking into one, this little sliver, and it was big enough for, I felt fine, so it wasn't like it was claustrophobia. You get to a point where you're around a corner and you don't see the light from where you enter in anymore, and so we got our phones out. This is right when phones started getting, smartphones were out, just started coming out, so I think we had maybe a flashlight, or I think maybe back in the day you'd have a flashlight, you had to download the flashlight app, in a flashlight app. We got probably maybe another 10 to 20, 30 yards, and both were like that new Jason Pill movie. Nope. Turned right around and went right back out of that thing. Swing. What will the FOMC meeting reveal? Man, I honestly, in my opinion, I don't think we'll see what I've seen recently, team. I don't think we're gonna have what we have every time before this. The crazy volume, and it's starting right now. This crazy volume. So every time we see this before one of these meetings, this starts going bananas and starts performing pretty parabolically, in my opinion, in the next 30 minutes to an hour. So watch for this as Matt's going live for afternoon commentary team. And then AMD, SQQ, TQQ, Teslas, all those NIOs of the world to start moving with some more movement volume with it as well. Freaking scaring me here. What do we got? Anything else? We're good to go. We're good. Spy. I think everyone just noticed this on the Spy. I'm telling you, team, we see this every time before these FOMC meetings. It starts to happen. It seems like almost every single time we just start going parabolic. Yeah, and here's everyone else's note. It's so funny. And just like Dex said, so I don't know what the exact results are going to be, what it's really going to reveal per se. I would just say keep that in mind. Swing. Anyone else that is looking to trade, this goes bananas. It seems like every time we head into one of these meetings and announcements of what we're going to get. Alright, boom, cool. Getting some stuff done on my computer over here that I did not know I had still pulled up. Alright. Alrighty, team. Yeah, my son is probably now live too as well. I'm sure Matt's going to start slowly taking on over and start talking and going live and going over and addressing the spy. Deck will probably have his lobby up for the Fed meeting. He usually addresses the Fed meeting, about, sometime after it's over. So in the next hour-ish, I'd bet sometime an hour from right now, Deck will probably do a 10, 15, 20-minute briefing of what is going on and what the results are. Anything else you want to go over, let me know. I'm glad we brought up the cave talk today, team. Swing! Yeah, there we go. That nosedive, you like that? All right, team. Last questions, comments, concerns. Otherwise, here's my, kind of put the links out again, but there's my website that still have that sale on. I'll probably go over here in a second and finally put the rates back up, but that's still super cheap rates right now. Here is my Instagram, my YouTube. If you want to go over and watch any of my lessons I've done recently, all my live sessions, lesson sessions, all my live streams are also uploaded over on YouTube. And I don't know if anyone has the actual link to the Fed's meeting. Does anyone have that? Good question there. Thank you. And there we go. So there's the SPY. Thank you for CNBC. Fed's more restrictive policy is likely as inflation fails to come down more. But I don't have the link for the actual meeting. So I'm looking in Dex Lobby 2, SkyChamp. I'm sure it will be out soon. Someone's going to have that link. Whew, here comes some more movement here, team. Pretty severe down push down right here. So watch this from the SPY. Push down a little bit. Official saw inflation moving to 2% target by 2024. Saw upside risk for inflation and downside risk for growth. Just saw that article as well right there. So kind of I'll add it on from what I know Tim Z just put into chat. Gotcha. Cool. The transcript of it. Cool. Thank you, Tim Z. That's what's going to be put out today. Thank you. We did this last month now. Remember the minutes thing. Now I remember the minutes. Okay, now I remember the minutes. Y'all, we went over this last month. Gotcha. Swing. See, team, look at this whipsaw action. I mean, this is just going to be back and forth. I told you, and it all started right when I started talking about it, and then y'all all noticed it as well when I was like, hold on, look at this, and it's just going crazy right now. Back up to 382.5. Again, team, right now is not the time to take a trade with the SPY. I would just be careful with this and let this whipsaw action kind of take place. Find out the real movement that we get from the SPY in the next probably 5 to 10 minutes, and you're going to see the continuation in one way or the other. Yeah, Tim, I don't know that either. I think it was, when was it last year? Something like that happened, and we already knew the results, and yet everyone was like, we already know what's going to be, like, what's the point? It's just, but I remember that. Maybe it was actually could have been earlier this year, too, but I remember because I was in Dex Lobby, and it was after, I don't know if it was after lunch, I know that, so whether I was done going live or I didn't go live, because that would have been last year, I just remember saying, like, well, what are we waiting for? What do we all anticipate? We already know. Like, we know the number. I forgot what it was, but I'm like, I forgot what exactly it was, too. And I was like, this is just kind of what we normally see, though, for whatever reason in trading. You think of how many stocks move with no news, nothing. Go back to VRCA earlier, right? Here's another prime example of, like, say, VRCA. There's no reason for this to move, and then just gathers the mob and attention of a lot of traders, and next thing you know, we're looking at it and trading it based strictly on emotion, right? Trader saw something. They all, oh, this looks good. We all think something. Go over to it. Don't really get it, but hey. That's why I would say play the chart. Just play the chart. Or if you don't like it, and some of those times, which, man, it's been a minute since we've seen one, but 2020 was full of them. We'll just see Rev B, PEV, whatever, go out of nowhere, start spiking up again, and it just goes on a tear. And I'm talking 200, 300, 500% tear, and you want to just jump in, but you know the more you let it go up, the more you know you're chasing, just let it go. And just let that crazy mover do its own thing, and it go up for whatever weird reason it's going up. You know, just don't touch it, essentially is what I'm trying to tell you. Just let it go. Sit back, grab you some popcorn, bag of chips, some crackers, cheese and grapes, get you a charcuterie board made. I don't know, go get the grill smoker going, get ready for some smoking later. Just sit back and enjoy the show. Otherwise, team, are we done? I think we're done here. Have a good rest of your day. I think everyone's going to slowly go over to Dex Lobby. My lobby is about to take a break until tomorrow, team. I will be back tomorrow morning. Live commentary 100% will be going tomorrow morning. So about, what do we have here? Probably, I have a session from 8 to 9 a.m. So I'll probably do like I normally do and get my live stream up even before that. So my live stream will probably be up around 7:45 a.m. So about an hour, over an hour and a half, an hour and 45 minutes before the opening bell, I'll have a session, so you won't see me around for an hour. I'll let you guys know when I'm done with the session, and then come back for morning commentary about 15 minutes before the opening bell, and get ready for some shorts tomorrow. Definitely Trendline Crack shorts, Shelf Crack shorts, and Thanos crossover for the shorts. Work on longs more when the longs really start showing themselves a little bit more. D. Sarley Wags, Tim Z, Swing, Alex Vaughn, Sky Chimp, Pumpano, Pumpano, Aaron, Trader Abroad, Jofi, Deck, even for coming on over, Fly on the Wall, each and every one of you, thank you so much. Super Buddy, Miss Boss, Hero Trader, everyone that came over today, thank you all. I appreciate it. Lunch commentary, though. And again, look how we just fly through these, you know, these short weeks, team. I mean, it's crazy. It's literally about to be Thursday. Just nuts how it seems like it was just Friday. Tim, though, thank you. Wags. Wagging that tail, Wags. Wag that happy stock trading, profiting tail all the way out the door. Swole Granny, we'll see you. Stay swole. Have a good rest of your day, team. Lost boys, lost girls. I think we know what time it is. Time for some more of this non-copyrighted music. Till tomorrow morning, team. Y'all have a good rest of your day. I'll be around if you need anything. Hit me up. DM me, tag me in a message, whatever it may be. I'll get back to you. Lost boys, lost girls. Till tomorrow. Let's get it in 3, 2, 1. Bangarang! Oh. Another good one for the whatever this is.